All right, we are live. Let me just do a few edits here and we'll get going. All right, I think we're good on that end. Let me just do a quick edit. We'll start shortly. Just give it a few minutes. I'm actually going to also be recording this on the podcast audio. I'm going to start doing that. This way the audio uploads on there. Just bear with me real quick. All right, so let's edit this real fast. And we will get cracking. All right. All right. Okay, we'll start in a few minutes. Just doing a few edits as usual. Just want to make sure everything good. There you go. All right. That. Delete that. All right. Okay, we are good on that end. Save that. All right. All right. I want to welcome everybody. Let me start on the Anchor podcast. Let me get that going. Okay, let's record. Make sure this is all right. I think we are live on both. Let's just make sure. Hold on. Let me stop that. I think let's start again here. All right. All right, so we are live. Everything's set up. Again, we are live on Primordial Chaos YouTube. We are also live on Primordial Chaos 9 on Instagram. And we are also live on Primordial Chaos on Facebook. And I'm also recording this. It'll also be on the Primordial Chaos podcast. I'm going to start now uploading all the audios to these. As you've heard me mention over the last several months, I do have a podcast too. And the Primordial Chaos podcast can be found on pretty much all platforms, Anchor, Radio Public, Amazon, Spotify, pretty much all the platforms. It's just time-wise, I haven't had time to upload material with all the stuff that goes on. So long story short, I'll start now recording the audios and upload and record them simultaneously. All right. So we are live. So before we begin, just to run through a quick announcement. Infernal blessings to all to save that time. I got on here a little bit late. So infernal blessings to all. So I got some announcements I want to make. We got some upcoming guests we're going to have in the next couple of weeks. I'm going to run through that. We have this month's classes and events, dated for the month of February. Month of February is a little crazy, as I told people on Patreon. We're doing a lot in these first 2 weeks because the last 2 weeks of this month I will be on the road traveling a lot. A lot of it is due to my son's travel hockey. I'll be in Dallas the 17th to the 21st, and then I'll be back here, and then I'll be traveling again 4 or 5 days later. So the last 2 weeks, long story short, in February is a little hectic. So kind of want to get things in. So let me run through the schedule on that first. This month's classes, rituals, and events. And again, the best way to participate in those, I would encourage those to become members of the Primordial Chaos family on Patreon. That's where I do my 3 private classes a month and monthly ritual. Tier 3 is what you want to sign up for. That Tier 3 gives you access to the 3 private classes we do every month and the monthly ritual. You can pay for the classes individually, but it's a lot more money to do it that way. So there is methods to sign up if you just want to take an individual class. That information is posted on all the platforms here on YouTube in the community section. It's also posted on the Facebook page. Check out the Primordial Chaos Facebook page, 2 words. And then Primordial Chaos 9, all one word, on Instagram. So you can sign up and pay by PayPal or Cash App if you want to just take an individual class. But personally, the better value is becoming a Patreon member and joining Tier 3. So let me run through those classes. And the Patreon page, as you see, a lot of the information I'm telling you in short form is right on the bottom of the screen there, going across the ticker. The Patreon page can be found at patreon.com/Baniti, Baniti. So let me run through this month's classes and events. We've already started out with our first class on Wednesday night. But let me pull up and give you the exact dates and times so I don't mess these up. So this month, I said, a little bit funky, everything crammed in the first 2 weeks. And things get back to normal next month. We'll go back to pretty much our Saturday classes and then our monthly ritual on the last Friday of the month. This is pretty much the last part of the craziness. All right, so the schedule is as follows. All right, so tomorrow, we already did on Wednesday night, we kicked off with Sith Alchemy and Dark Side Philosophy. That was class number 5. We have 5 classes in on that series, which is ongoing. Upcoming tomorrow, for those on Patreon, Tier 3 and above, we have Shadow Work class number 14, which will be an ongoing series, just like most of the classes. And we're knee-deep in the shadow work. If you've been there since the beginning, if you just joined, as I encourage everybody when we're doing the classes, in between, catch up on the classes, because there is work and materials and things that you need to do to be up to speed, up to par. This is not really a class you could slack on. There's a methodology. I designed this class a particular way. It's designed. There's a method to it. There's a process. It's going to really help you improve in all areas of your life, to work on those things that you need to work on, in addition to strengthening those things that are your strength points, right? But there's a sequence to it. It's one of those classes where you really need to do the work. Everything's self-explanatory. It kind of explains, to you how to do that, but you really need to stay up to par. So we're 14 classes in. So tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tier 3 and above, on Patreon, Shadow Work Class 14. And then on the following Wednesday, why don't I have the time here? What is going on? Oh, here it is. And then on Wednesday, February 8th at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have Left-Hand Path and North Left-Hand Path North Mythology and Runes class number 3. We will continue on the path of studying the North mythology, how to use the runes on the path of the occult and the whole path as itself. We will be focusing on the goddess Hel, Hel. We did Loki last class, so we'll be going in depth and revisiting that. That'll be class 3, again, of an ongoing series. And then we finish out the month early on Friday, February 10th. Even though we just did a great ritual a couple of weeks ago, hopefully those that are on Patreon went back and reviewed the ritual we did. That was last week, actually. Just it feels like it was 2 weeks ago. That's crazy. Go back and view that ritual. Hold on one second. Dates kind of got jacked up here. Hold on. Give me 1 second. It then closed. Yeah, hopefully you guys were able to go back and look at the ritual of the Black Sun of Khepri. Go back and look at that. It's really going to help you overall on your path, uncovering, the hidden self. I'm not going to get into too much depth of what that ritual was about, but it's for personal transformation. That was a ritual we did last week. For whatever reason, it feels like it was 2 weeks ago. It's crazy. And then we finish out the month on the 10th, as I said, which is next weekend, on Friday, 8:15 p.m. Standard Time. We're going to be doing our Native American shaman healing ritual. We're going to be working with some of the Aztec and Mayan spiritual practices of shamanism in this ritual. We're going to be focusing on mental, emotional, and physical healing to a degree, and spiritual upliftment, tapping into the Native American shamanistic path. We'll be doing some classes on that soon on Patreon. We got Egyptian Heka series getting ready to start, focusing on Egyptian left-hand path, black magic. We're going to go through all that. So a lot of good things upcoming. And then as you see on the ticker, we have in October, last weekend, in that area, we have the 6th annual Journey of the Black Adept Conference right here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Hollywood, Florida. More to come on that. I know some of you guys have emailed me. We have ideas, nothing yet officially together. We start really organizing that about 2.5 months out, 3 months. We just like to promote the date, and I like to keep plugging it out there every video and then every class, just so people can prepare for it, right? We do it around the same time every year. We got some ready throwing around a lot of ideas for that. And then obviously we always have some people who do presentations in the conference, right? So we'll more to come on that as we just begin a new year. All right. So and last but not least, if you are interested in a spiritual reading, a lot of you guys have been super busy with yearly forecast readings. This will be the last month for that. So if you are interested in doing a yearly forecast reading, as you know, I do them pretty much from December to the end of February. If you want to see what the spirits have lined up you for what's in store for you for 2023, if you're looking for information to help you along your path in regards to that and how you can plan your year out, that's what a yearly forecast reading is. It's a month-by-month breakdown of what you can expect for 2023. If you're interested in that, you see the information on the bottom. Shoot me an email. I'll mail you the information. Or if you're interested in a spiritual reading, I'll send you the full list of the readings I do offer, such as shadow work readings, which are great places to begin, especially if you're looking for the direction to go into. What kind of ritual work should I be doing? Where should I begin? If you're a beginner, or what direction should I go in? I might be in a state of stagnation, right? It's a great place to see where you're at. And obviously, it's a great place to uncover aspects about yourself in a shadow work reading. A deity reading, which basically focuses on what spirits and deities walk with you, energies that influence your path. It's not a reading to worship them. As I said before, I got to put that out there. It's not a reading to say you're a son or daughter of this deity or that deity, and then you get spooked out and you go to Spookyville and shit. That's not what it's for. It's a tool, just like any other reading, to help and assist you on your path. I also do Santa Muerte readings, Egyptian oracle readings, Clepothic demonic readings, Luciferian readings, etc. Just shoot me an email. You see the information on the bottom. Or if you're interested in the spiritual consultation, which again, let me clarify this because this happens too. A consultation is not a reading, right? Some people get that confused and then they get on the call with me and they think it's a reading. Let me just clarify. A spiritual consultation is just what it is. It's like if you go to a consultation to a lawyer, a consultation for whatever matter you have, that's what it is, right? If you want to talk about something on the path, if you want to focus on a problem, if you just got a bunch of questions and you need answers to things, that's a good thing to use a consultation for. If you just need some guidance and some advice on your path, or again, you want to focus on a particular matter going on in your life, that's what a spiritual consultation is good for. But I must clarify, a spiritual consult is not the same thing as a reading. So please be specific when you reach out to me if you want a reading, what kind of reading you want, or if you want a consultation. And I always encourage you, as I put in that information, include days and times you're available in the time zone you're in. All right. So other than that, also, again, check out the Patreon page. That's the best way to stay involved in all the private classes and the rituals we do here in the Primordial Chaos family. That's patreon.com/Baniti, Baniti. All that information is right on the bottom of the screen. You see my email address. You see the Patreon information. That's the best way to keep posted to what's going on. So let's get into it. I kind of wanted to come on here. It was, again, as you know, I kind of do this spontaneously. As I say, I don't plan it. Wasn't sure what I was going to do, but then I said, you know what, let me pop on here. This month is kind of jammed up specific. I came across a PDF on Scribd or Scribed, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I kind of wanted to focus, something that caught my attention is it was a short book pamphlet. Not sure if it's a book or pamphlet or just a PDF file, but as you know, I like to reference those things to you guys to go look at. It's called Chaos Magick, A Brief Introduction by Anusin Leonte. First name Anousen and last name Leonte. This was put out in 2015. It stood out to me because it's some good essential information about chaos magic. What is chaos magic? How is it practiced? What's the origin of its methodologies? Things of that nature. Just like many other paths, it could be Luciferian practice, it could be vampirism, it could be Egyptian Heka, it could be Babylonian magic, etc. There's different perspectives on this, right? So what I'm going to kind of focus on, even though there might be different perspectives on this, some of the foundational principles are pretty much the same, right? This has come up before. People have asked about this, and I've never really done a video. I've talked about it multiple times here and there, but I've never really done really focusing on the practice itself. So I kind of want to focus on that. Now, a lot of you guys are probably familiar also with Peter Carroll, Liber No Psychonaut, which is probably one of the occult classics or one of the foundational reference points that people will refer to when it comes to chaos magic. So if you have not read Peter Carroll's book, Psychonaut, Liber No, and he has put out a revised version of it. So there's two versions of it. I would get the revised. He kind of, there were certain things that he did kind of add some information, some important information to. So that would be a good foundational reference point. If you are familiar with the practice of chaos magic, I'm sure you've heard of that book. Now, even if you're not, that's probably a book that is a very well-known occult book that's been out for a while, right? All right, so there's some good key principles in here I want to run through, and then obviously I'll go through the chat and take some of your questions and comments as much as time permitted. The practice of magic is nothing more and nothing less than using your innate psychic abilities, right? I as you know, I like to use sources that keep this where it starts within self, right? I don't really like to get involved in sources that take a more spooky or religious approach, right? I have to do that because I never want to veer from the fact that the power of the magician, he or she, the adept, the practicing occultist, it comes from within. Your power is your personal power is what fuels your magic. It's not the statues on your altar. Those are just focal points that enhance the imagery. Yes, they carry energy. They only carry the energy you charge them with. It's not just your ritual tools and all the other intangibles that creates the power of your magic. It's the power that you generate from within through your innate psychic abilities. Now, does it happen out the gate? No. It's always a work in progress, just like anything else in life. You have to perfect your craft. You have to sharpen your skills. So the power that's going to always fuel magic, I don't care if it's chaos magic, I don't care if it's Egyptian Heka, etc. It always comes from you. You're the individual that fuels it. So this is why it's critical to be in sound mind, sound body, because if you're not in sound mind, sound body, your power is going to be weak. And then you're not going to have the power to fuel your intent. One thing we were talking about the other night in the Sith class, right, is do you have a passion and desire to succeed in life, period, to getting results? That's what this path is about. Are you passionate about what you do? And are you willing to put in the work, the effort, and the energy that is required to be successful? Or are you just plain fucking lazy and you think you're going to pay somebody else to do it? Or you think you're going to read a few books and just light a few candles and do a few rituals and poof, everything's going to be fixed? That just doesn't work like that, okay? So we were going through that in depth the other night. Where is your passion? Look at your approach. Your approach is super critical to everything you do. And I've said this before. How you approach things is usually determined the type of energy and power that is fueling your intent. So if you're coming into things half-assed, lazy, or in a very negative, personal negative state of mind, nothing will change. We were talking about one reference point before I move on. We were talking about sometimes we're dealt in life certain circumstances and situations that are not the best. And sometimes we don't want to be in them. A lot of us have been over the years. You may have been faced with a financial situation that was a bit difficult. For example, in the past, or maybe it's somebody present now, you might have been forced to take a job that that's not what you wanted. And you don't really like the job or cared for the job. But sometimes you have to do what you have to do, right? That's the reality of life. And even if it's a job, say working fast food, flipping burgers, be the best burger flipper you can be. Because how you approach it, the attitude, the intent, that's going to open doors to bigger and greater things. Because if you go to that job every day miserable as fuck, right, I can guarantee you where your energy, your spiritual vibration and frequency is going to start going downhill. It's going to attract a lot of negative shit that's going to come your way, right? Now, you go with the right attitude and approach and intent, you'll find you'll start to evolve, and eventually you will be out of that position. You will be out of that field. I'm telling you this from experience back in the day. It's all about your intent and your approach. So it all comes from the innate psychic abilities. And psychic ability is simply your innate ability to acquire information and to cause effects or manifest your influence. Don't I tell you, magic is enforcing your will via your subjective consciousness for the beneficial outcome of a situation or a specific thing you are dealing with and working on, right? I can't make, let me see if I can put this over here. This is not working over here. I feel like I'm spinning my neck. Let me just keep it there. Yeah. All right. I got a lot going on here. I got 2 laptops up. I got a tablet. I feel like I'm in a fucking I'm trying to live stream and record on multiple platforms. That's what you got to do. You got to multitask. All right. So I like how and again, as you know, I like to go through, a lot of these PDFs and files and resources. And it's something that sticks out to me like this, that catches my attention. It catches my attention for a reason, because to me, it hits on the key foundations of what this path is about. And one of my objectives here on this channel, I'm trying to take all the spooky bullshit out of it. I'm trying to give you concrete information that you can utilize, put into practice, and use for yourself. That's my goal. That's what I'm trying to do. And this stands out because the author says your psychic ability is simply your innate ability to acquire information through your study, your research, and your practice. That's me putting that in there, to make things happen beyond the limitations of the physical body, the power of the mind, right? We all hear this, right? They say we only use less than 10% of our brain power, right? And that is true, because that's why from day one and for many years now, there's been a serious focus on controlling people's minds, controlling the masses via their minds. We know this to be a fact. However, psychic ability and magic are often looked upon as different talents or disciplines. The psychic of pop culture is a very different type of person than the magician or wizard. Usually, psychics are portrayed as merely being able to gain information without manifesting their influence. Or if they are able to manifest their influence, they do so by sheer force or will. They do not use any special methods. Magicians, in contrast, are almost exclusively portrayed as using different magical rituals or spells, or rarely shown in simply being able to gain information or cause effects without recourse to ritual. According to chaos magic, the process is the same whether it is psychic ability or magical performances. We're going to get into depth to some of those things in a minute. The difference is how to get the mind to engage that process, right? Notice one thing it's not veering from: the importance of the power of your mind. As I said many times before, if you've really been traveling this path, you start to find out quick, as you start to navigate and take this journey, your visualization skills, the power of mental willpower, all of those things are critical in your ability to succeed at practicing magic and getting results, right? If you don't have that ability, it's going to be a struggle, okay? It's going to be a struggle. And everything is always going to go back to that mental willpower, the power of your mind, or lack thereof, obviously, in certain cases, right? So how do we get the mind to engage that process? And I'm in a little bit, I'm going to get into different aspects of chaos magic. There are different aspects. This here is just focusing on the foundational principles, to understand the practice as a whole. And then we'll get into some of the different processes, right? For those who are born with psychic talents, it is not necessary to perform any type of action to cause the psychic ability to manifest. Let me stop. Sometimes people always ask, and I've mentioned this before, some go, man, why is it some people seem to have certain abilities and it doesn't take them any effort? Why is it seeing some people get results quicker, or they evolve faster, et cetera? And then they'll say, maybe it's me, or you see other people who have to work double and triple hard, right? Some people, there's really not a specific answer for that question. I get this so many times off and on in different variations over the years from different people. They'll be like, man, I'm working hard, I'm busting my ass, I might get results, but it seems like I got to do 10 times harder with such and such does, or this does. First, I would say, don't worry about what such and such is doing. That's step one. I have to be clear in that. Don't try to be in a comparison with somebody else. You're wasting your time. As I said before, we have to establish in our mind, your path is unique in that it's your own individual experience. Doesn't mean, as I said in the past, you won't have similarities to other people's experience, but as a whole, you're still experiencing something that's unique to you. So don't compare what you are or are not doing to what somebody else is doing. That's step one. Step two, as the author describes here, now he doesn't get into depth, but as he says, sometimes people they're able to tap in quicker, and they have the natural ability. I've found out through practice, through divination, through dealing with clients, sometimes it's something that's inherited genetically. Sometimes people come from a family of witches and divinators and mediumship. They have it in the bloodline. When you come from a descendancy of witches and sorcerers and spiritual practitioners, though doctors and scientists won't tell you this or validate this, sometimes that gene is passed down, right? Okay. Sometimes you just are able to tap in because it's in the blood. So there's no specific reason. Don't try to look for some explanation that you could source somewhere, because it doesn't exist. It's just that's the way it is. So if you're a person that's got to work harder, focus your energy and time on working harder. Don't worry about what such and such is doing. Why are they doing it? You're wasting that energy and time you're wasting on that. You could spend on working on yourself and improving your path, right? So that's important, how that is noticed or pointed out here that the author points out. If an action does need to be performed, it is internal and involves no outward display. However, according to both many magicians and psychics, we are all born with psychic abilities, and we are. I'm a firm supporter of that. I just think there's different people going to have to go through different levels of work to bring those abilities out. 100%. We are all born with spiritual gifts and ability, whether that's psychometry, intuition, extrasensory perception, clairvoyance, psychometry. I'm a firm believer that, yes, we all have that ability 100%. 100%. That's facts. But the work that needs to be done, okay, is going to vary from individual to individual. Why? Because there's going to be a lot of deprogramming that has to be done, a lot of shadow work, right? Everybody's experienced different things going through their life. When you gauge your sum experience of everything you've experienced up until this moment, that's who's standing in front of you right now. Now, it doesn't mean all of those experiences define who you are unless you allow them. I'm talking about the negative ones. So when you're standing in front of the mirror and you're looking at yourself, you are a summarization of everything you've experienced up until the now. So some of us have gone through a lot of psychological trauma, abuse, whether that's mentally, emotionally, physically, or sexually. Some of us have been through some things that we have to work through that have created obstructions and blockages on our path. And it starts from being a very small child to being an adult. And the fucked up thing about it is you could be a grown-ass adult in your 40s, 50s, and 60s. And you find out on this path through your work, especially shadow work, there's stuff that happened when you were a child that still affects you today on a psychological level, especially if it's something like sexual abuse. Verbal abuse can be just as destructive, right? Some people don't realize, and I know this from dealing with clients. I was fortunate, and it's a rarity, but I was fortunate to be raised with two parents. I didn't go through any type of abuse on that level, not just the normal shit. We all got our asses whooped for doing dumb shit. I'm not talking about, but I deal with so many people who went through serious verbal and emotional abuse growing up. Do you know how traumatizing it is from a very young age when a parent, a mother or a father is telling their kid they ain't shit, they're not going to amount to nothing, you're a loser? Or I hear all these things. That is damaging to start telling a child that at a very young, small age. Okay. This is going to start recording for 30 minutes. We'll have to record. Okay. That's some bullshit. Didn't upload a file. That's some bullshit. But yeah, you're going to find out that can be very emotionally and psychologically damaging. Okay. That's not something that's going to go away right out the gate. That's something that stays with individuals, right? So you're going to have to do all of that work and peel away those different layers to get to where you need to be. And shadow work is very integral in accomplishing that, right? All right. Oh, hold on. I'm going to have to. This is crazy how this does this. Bunch of nuts. That's probably why I didn't want to do this. Okay. Let's record again. I'll have to put this in parts. All right. So this is part 2 here for the podcast. Anyway, it lets me do 30-minute increments. It's going to probably be about 15 parts of this shit. But anyway, yeah. So these things have to be looked at. So don't compare. Don't worry about what anybody else is doing. Focus on what you need to do to master yourself, right? Those who do not have a special talent, for it can still manifest these abilities provided they know how. Magic is a way of learning how, right? And as we said, magic is also, you are like a scientist. You are experimenting. You are indulging. You are conducting experiments to see what works. This is why I've always said this is a spiritual science. It combines spirituality, scientific information, and experimentation is involved in that process. So like a scientist does in the lab, he has to experiment, or she has to experiment to see what's going to work. And guess what? In that experimental process, there are going to be some failures, right? The failure process also is used as a learning tool, and it's used as a learning tool to show us not to make those same mistakes again via the data and the results that we have collected through our experiments. And the experiments are your ritual work, right? Because when you look at ritual work, there are some rituals that fail, that don't work. And then after experimenting and evaluating, you go, well, maybe my intent wasn't in alignment. Maybe this went, you start to, like a scientist does, you start to evaluate and engage what went right and what went wrong. That's this path. That's the learning how process, right? Nonetheless, many forms of ancient magic represent ancient world views and include many ideas which are outdated. This is not a criticism of ancient forms of magic. It is merely an observation. This is important because, as I said before, our goal when we're reading a lot of these ancient forms of magic, these ancient grimoires, I find this to be a problem with a lot of people who are on right-hand path systems of consciousness. As I said, there's this, in my opinion, this illness called back in the day itis, where people keep preaching how great we used to be in ancient times, back in the day this, back in the day that. I utilize that concept to what the author has here. I've always said we have to learn to take that ancient information from back then and bring it up into the now, the 2023. How do we revitalize and reform that to make it work for now? That's essentially what this is saying in so many words. So you can look at, for an example, any ancient civilization or culture. We could take Egypt, but you're going to have to take some of that stuff and reform it, because you must know a lot of that stuff when it was written at that time was also taken into account what was going on at that time. The knowledge they had, the technology, where they were at and their level and growth, right? So you have to take that into account. So your job as a magician, an occultist in 2023 and beyond, how do you take that and make it work for you today? That's the goal. So it's not about back in the day this or back in the day that. That's cool. But in essence, it's not really going to work 100% like that of how it did at that time, right? Okay. This is how we have to look at this. Chaos magic is a form of magic which is rooted in more modern or postmodern understanding of how magic works and how it is performed. It does not require that you have any particular beliefs. And in fact, it looks upon beliefs as a tool rather than a picture of reality, right? So it is a more modern practice that is rooted in a lot of ancient practices because it pulls from them, right? One of the most unique features of chaos magic is that it does not maintain that any paradigm or belief is true in itself, but rather asks how such a belief can be used to manifest results. Now, that's in line with everything I said. I don't give a fuck what it is you do. That's the key component. That does it manifest results? This is how you check yourself in your spiritual practices and what you are doing. Is it getting you results? It's that simple. I don't care if you like it. I don't care if you've been doing it for years. If it's not producing any results, you're wasting your time. I find sometimes people, I've been a Buddhist for 25 years. I don't give a shit. Or I've been a member of the such and such order. Doesn't mean nothing. It doesn't mean nothing if it's not manifesting results. This is essential. So this is why it's chaos magic doesn't have that structural order where there's a required paradigm or belief system or structure. It wouldn't be chaos if it was, right? We know chaos represents energy in its primal form, hence the name of this channel. Primordial chaos is energy, existence in its rawest prime original form. And engulfed in that chaos, you can't put parameters on it. There's so much power in that, but chaos can run amok if the individual does not have the knowledge to make order out of it. Right? What did it say in the beginning? Chaos magic is the individual gathering information via their innate psychic abilities, right? That's where your job comes in. So you have to look at yourself in regards to what is the personal chaos that you have identified that's going on in your life, and how are you going to make order out of it, right? We all are dealing with chaos on different levels. Chaos is not a bad thing. It's a bad thing when you have no control over it and it can consume and devour you. Now it's a bad thing. But chaos is the manifestation of everything in existence, right? Before there was order, even these religions that have forcefully structured order, right? Before they did that, there was chaos. There must be darkness and chaos first. It's the primal source and origin of all things. And darkness and chaos of how it's taught in the lesser systems of religion is incorrect. Because as I've said many times before, when you go into the first chapter of the book of Genesis, and if you read it, it clearly tells you God's spirit roamed across the void and the deep. And then it even confesses a few verses right after that. And God said, let there be light, which is confirmation before that statement was made, when you look at it from a religious perspective, that God existed in this darkness and this void and this abyss before he said, let there be light. So what we're being programmed to what darkness is through all of this sensationalism via the internet, the media, and certain books that have an agenda, religious agenda, etc., right? Darkness is not a bad thing or evil thing. It's the origin of where all things began and manifested, right? It's where chaos takes its form, right? Even when you go through the religious stories of creation, you can't avoid it. And it's right there when you look at it. So we must get that stamped in our mind and clarified, because that's why chaos magic does not have a specific structure, or as it said, a paradigm or belief that governs it, right? That's up to you, right? It's geared again of how I can manifest results, and whatever that process is, that's what that process is, right? A chaos magician can temporarily believe in anything or nothing at all, and the next moment believe quite the opposite. That sounds contradictory, right? We're dealing with chaos here, people. You're making the order out of this chaos, right? So this is why it says 1 minute you can deal with this, and then next minute deal with that, or throw it all away. Because you are the controller, the initiator, that's, again, facilitating this power to manifest those results. That's all. So if you believe that you are God or goddess, control of your universes and your multiverses, you understand the process of what real chaos is on an internal level, spiritually, and in your magical practice. There's a constant deconstruction and reconstruction process that goes on consistently. You are building and destroying constantly to niche and carve your path. You're destroying things that need to be destroyed, obstructions, blockages. That could be person, places, things. You're always working on shaping your character, your personality, your characteristics. You're always trying to sharpen and your good habits and your bad habits, etc. So there's always this constant deconstruction, reconstruction process happening continuously. That's chaos constantly moving and flowing and manifesting, right? And now you are the one that must stand firm and make order out of this, right? We are all engulfed in chaos at all times. It's just understanding how that chaos operates, right? The chaos magician trains himself or herself to be able to enter into different states of magical consciousness and belief in order to trick the mind into manifesting its innate psychic abilities. I want to stop here for a second because this concept comes up on this path. Oh, let me throw this out there. I forgot to say in the beginning. We will have 2 guests coming on. I will have a guest coming on February 15th, a sister Kiona that contributed to the new Arachne Spider Goddess book that came out from the Temple of the Ascendant Flame. She is a member of the temple as myself. She's a high priestess. I'm a high priest. We'll have her on the 15th. We will be discussing Arachne the Spider Goddess and the book. I have another sister I will be meeting with tomorrow to establish a date. Matter of fact, Sister Sherry King was in here now, brought her to my attention. Let me just get her name right. I don't want to I would encourage you guys to check out her YouTube channel. I want to give you that information. She creates occult music. It's the best way I could describe it. It's unique and different. I forgot to mention this in the beginning, and I should have mentioned this earlier. I will be meeting with her tomorrow to set up a date, and I'm going to have this sister coming on. She's from the Bahamas, and very interesting. I think you guys will enjoy this. But let me give you the correct spelling. I should have did this earlier. Forgot. Where is it? And maybe you guys, if you're still in here, maybe you can put her link to her channel in. Dragon Jasper is the YouTube channel. 2 words. Dragon, Dragon, just like dragon is spelled, and Jasper, Jasper. I will have her also coming on in a couple of weeks to discuss, their journey on this path. So that'll be upcoming in the next couple of weeks. Got to throw that out there. All right. So check those channels out. Check that channel out. So I want to focus on the word belief. This comes up a lot on this path. Now, as I said before, the occult left-hand path and magic, there are different approaches to it. Now, I don't ever tell anybody what they do is right or wrong. I just know what works for me. I'll be clear, and I have no problem saying I don't utilize that practice. But if somebody utilizes a practice I don't use and it works for them, power to you, knock yourself out. But I know what works for me and what doesn't. And so should you. You should know what works for you and what doesn't. So I say all that to say, do we deal with belief on the path and the occult and the left-hand path? Yes, we do. What do you mean, Baniti? Let me explain. I've explained this before. I'm going to clarify this because this does come up a lot. No, we don't deal with belief the way a religious or a monotheistic person has a belief system. Like, we don't believe in a spooky God that resides somewhere in the sky somewhere that's controlling all the courses of our lives, right? That he's keeping score, the old man with the long white beard on the clouds. No, that's ridiculous faith. That's faith, with not being able to confirm anything. That's pure ignorance, right? That's faith without having any level of facts, right? We do believe in personal belief in ourselves based on our facts that we've confirmed through our ritual work. So we have a belief in ourselves based on what we've came to the realization of, because it's personal. So we deal with belief in that context, yes. So I want to differentiate. No, we don't believe in it the same way a monotheistic religious person uses the concept of belief. No, not at all. That's spooky, that's spookism, that's religion, and it's nonsense. It's foolishness. But we do have personal belief when it comes to faith and belief in ourselves based on our experiences that we have garnered through our spiritual work, right? And if we have to classify it as such because some of the things we've experienced, others may or may not have, and vice versa, right? So I want to clarify that. And this is why you hear that word being termed here. So we don't just believe in anything until we've confirmed it for ourselves, right? That's when a belief becomes a reality, okay? This is why we do that, all right? Now, I know he uses the term in order to trick the mind into manifesting its innate psychic abilities. I call that the reprogramming process, that you have to reprogram your subconscious. Thank you for the donation. I just saw it popped up, M.A.A. Appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you for the comment. I know he uses the word trick. I don't know if that's really the word. We're not really tricking ourselves. I look at it, we're kind of, it's like when an athlete has to get himself amped up and psyched up. Like if you've ever played sports or done something competitive, like what do you got to do? You got to kind of psych yourself out. You're not really tricking yourself because you know what you need to do. You know the task at hand. I look at it more that you have to reprogram your way of thinking. So even when an athlete has to get ready to go out, if it's a big game, if it could be a basketball game, a football game, a hockey, whatever, right? You got to get yourself amped up. You got to get, you do things to get yourself, psych yourself out. You didn't trick yourself because you still know what you need to do, but you are creating a power and an energy that's beyond the norm. That's where the reprogramming process comes in, right? So I prefer that word because this is how the magician is able to tap into those innate psychic abilities. That is chaos magic in a nutshell. Most of the forms of magic takes place within the context of a prevailing belief system. Examples of this are the Kabbalah, Hermeticism, Wicca, and etc. And once a person holds to this belief, their magic takes place in the context of that belief, right? And those are lesser systems. This is why I always tell people, when you are a true left-hand path practitioner or occultist, you should never just fully get stuck in one thing. Like, unfortunately, I say this unfortunately because it stuns people's groans. When you just want to be specifically a vampire magician, you limit yourself. When you just want to just be, I'm exclusively a Luciferian, you limit yourself. If you just want to be this or that, you are all of those things, and all of those things are you. The difference of what we do as chaos magicians, if I want to get up tomorrow and I want to practice Egyptian Heka, I could do that. I can go to sleep and wake up the next day. Oh, today I want to do Luciferian witchcraft and sorcery. I could do that. Tomorrow I want to get up and practice vampire magic. Again, I could do that. Today I want to get up and I want to practice Kimbanda, African witchcraft and sorcery. I can do that. There's nothing more beautiful than having spiritual sovereignty. There's no greater power than that. Having your own spiritual liberty and freedom and sovereignty to wake up every day and choose what you want to do, okay? That's the difference of what we do and other people can't do. Because people that are exclusively Muslim, Christian, Jew, Buddhist, vampire magician, Gothic, right? And that's what they lay claim to, right? They are cutting themselves off from attaining their true divinity. And as I said a minute ago, you are all of those things, and all those things are you. You are a living embodiment of all those paths. Those paths don't define you. You define them. How do you define them? Because you are the god or goddess that chooses when you want to be this or that. That's what a chaos magician does. So this is why we set up different altars. It's a beautiful feeling. I got up today. I wanted to practice a more Eastern left-hand path, like Ahriman and working with Lucifer and the Jinn. That's what I was doing today. That's how I feel today. Tomorrow it could be something else, and next week it could be something else. Next week it could be the clip hop. Maybe I'm in a Lilith mood. The beauty is when you embrace the path as a whole, you're not limited or restricted to what you can do. And that's what bothers people about what we do. Oh, what are you? Because they can't define you and put you in a box. See, people feel comfortable when they say, oh, okay, you're a Satanist. Okay, you're a Christian. Okay, you're a Muslim. You're a Jew. Oh, okay. Oh, so you're part of Thelema and the order, Crowley's order. Oh, okay. Okay. So you study the Bobby Hemmett stuff. Okay. See, when it's us coming at them, like, I don't know what these motherfuckers are. That's the difference. Because all of those things are you, and you are all of those things. They don't define you, you define them. It's the same thing I tell people. Don't let books dictate to you how you should govern your path. You control the books when you're reading the books. How? I always look at, I don't think you're really ever going to, for the most part, you're never really going to read a book where everything in there you agree with or you vibe with, whatever term you want to use, right? So your job as a god or a goddess is when you're going through a book, you able to cipher out what resonates with you and what don't. You don't focus on what don't. You just toss that to the side. It's just not part of your journey, right? I'm sure we read books from authors and we can find many things we enjoy, vibrate, and resonate with. And I'm sure we can find a lot of things that are like, I ain't really feeling that shit. But we don't focus our energy and time on what we don't agree with. A god or a goddess, a master, he or she can take what resonates with them and it's like taking the ingredients of a recipe, right? Look at it like that. When you're cooking or you have a recipe to something, in that recipe, there's ingredients, right? You're creating the recipe of how to design your spiritual path. So you need that ingredient from here. Oh, that works from that path. Oh, I'm going to take that here. Oh, this works for me. I'm going to throw that to the side. And then now you're putting it all in a pot and you're cooking it up, right? That's what you do. That's how you create your path of self-mastery. Nobody tells you what you should and should not do. You shouldn't believe things just because people say them. Even if they sound, all right, this just basic shit people will say. That's common sense. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about spiritual stuff. This is why I say don't co-sign on other people's experiences. That's why you don't hear me on this channel talking about a lot of subjective experiences. I will refer to them when it applies to the conversation, but I don't get on here talking about, hey family, I had some downloads last night and the ancestors told me. I laugh when people say that because I'm like, whose fucking ancestors did you talk to? You talk to everybody's ancestors as a whole, everybody in the world? Be specific. Because if you say that to me, I would like to know specifically the names of some of my ancestors that spoke to you if you're claiming you have a message for everybody in its entirety. That shit is comical to me. I'm not saying the person didn't have a spiritual experience, but I do question the validity as a whole, yes. That's why you never see on any video, I never get on here and say, hey, the ancestors or the spirit, they gave me a message. It's for everybody. I don't do that shit because that's people who are looking to follow something or somebody. That's the path for mortals that want to find somebody that they believe is going to guide them to some promised place in spirituality. Sorry, it just doesn't work. It just means you got a lot of soul searching to do for yourself if you think somebody is going to take you to the promised land or bring you salvation or going to give you some pie in the sky at the end of the rainbow or whatever. As I said before, worship nothing or nobody. Follow no man or no woman to the point where you're putting your spiritual sovereignty in their hands. Doesn't mean you can't have elders, teachers, people to give you guidance, get spiritual readings, consultation, advice. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about we got some people still who are under what I call conscious pimpism. Yes, conscious pimpism. If you're still following people who you think are so spiritually in tune that they speak to either aliens or gods or the ancestors, and you're so enamored by it that it just fascinates you and caters to your ego, you're one of the weaker individuals on the path. Have your own experiences. Speak to your ancestors yourself. Communicate with the spirits, the gods, the goddesses, and the demons yourself. Raise yourself up to the realization of your own unique experiences, not seeing it through the eyes, ears, and mouth of somebody else. Because really, you can't validate none of it. So if I get on here and say, hey, man, last night, Samael came to me and told me for all the brothers to scratch their balls every night at 9 o'clock, it's going to create, and the women should do it. If I start giving you bullshit nonsense like that, I have now created a new religion. And if you start accepting that and believing that, you now fall under the category of prey rather than predator. We are spiritual predators on this path in this sense, not in a negative way, meaning we are go-getters. We go out there and we make things happen. We don't wait for things to happen. That's the difference. And we sure as hell ain't going to wait for somebody else to do it for us. Want to make that shit clear. Okay? That's why I don't get on here and say, hey, family, I had some downloads. Again, I'm not saying people that do that are not having some type of spiritual experience, but I'm going to say straight up, you ain't speaking to my ancestors. I'm going to ask, who'd you speak to? Fred? Give me some names. I want to know who you spoke to. Because you mean everybody's ancestors as a whole? Come on, man, stop it. I think that's a little spooky, man. Come on, man. It's 2023. We're grown-ass people, man. Can we stop the games? I'm not interested if you spoke to entertainers that passed on. That's another thing that bothers people. Email. Oh, can you show me how I could speak to somebody actually emailed me. What's the brother that passed away in LA not too long ago? Not Pop Smoke. He was out of New York. What's the brother in LA? Somebody. I'm just drawing a blank right now. The rapper that passed, Nipsey. Can you teach me how to? I don't want to teach you how to speak to Nipsey Russell, whatever the fuck his name is. I'm not interested. Why? I mean, to me, that's somebody that's very shallow. right? It's funny how when something is hot for a moment, then it dies. Everybody, I remember when Nipsey first passed away, everybody was claiming to get channeled. They were channeling Nipsey, and Nipsey told them this. Well, how come I don't hear nothing about that no more? The mind's a motherfucker. It'll play tricks on you. Understand how the subjective consciousness works. It'll play some motherfucking tricks on you if you don't know how it works. Okay? I'm not saying maybe these people did speak to Nipsey, but don't email me. I'm not going to teach you how to speak to Nipsey Hussle. Okay? It's comical to me. It's shallow, right? I don't hear anybody talking about it. It's sad because when something becomes hot for the moment, unfortunately, the spiritual pimps will jump on it, he or she, and run with it. When it was Cosby, it was Cosby. Everybody was talking about Cosby. When it's somebody transitions on, whatever's hot for the moment, everybody will jump on it. The blood moon last year killed me. That shit killed me. I love when the blood moon comes. Everybody, it's like hot for the moment, but you get my point. Anyway, so it's not centered into one specific belief system. Let's get back to this. The chaos magician, however, is free to use the techniques and beliefs of these systems without committing to them exclusively. There's the beauty right there. You don't have to be exclusive to anything when you're practicing chaos magic. It's not required. How many times you've heard me say this over the years, especially if you're on the Patreon classes with me? You can practice Luciferian magic, but you don't need to take some oath and say, I'm a full-fledged Luciferian, because there's a lot of things across the board on the path of the occult that are very Luciferian in nature. What do I mean by that? Real simple. Luciferian's main precept or foundation is apotheosis, self-mastery, right? Isn't self-mastery the goal across the board? You don't need to be a Luciferian to want to practice self-mastery. I've even said, whether I've done videos on it, and I've had a lot of the gods and earths of the 5% Nation contact me on it, good and bad, with respect. And I made it clear when I did those videos, and I'm going to add some more to it. I haven't touched it in a while. But really, for an example, the path of the 5% Nation is very Luciferian in nature because it deals with self-mastery, being God. They're not going to look at it like that because they're not in the occult. I was a 5%er years ago. So I went and now I reformed all the lessons in my personal spiritual practice. And when I look at it, as I said in them videos, I believe Father Allah was really practicing high forms of occult left-hand path, but he just didn't know it. You have to look at it like that. I mean, just when you look at the supreme alphabet, just when you look at supreme mathematics, it's magic in itself. See, I look at it like that now, knowing what I know today. But did I look at it like that back then? No. But it really is Luciferian in nature. So I'm saying that to say there's a lot of things across the board that apply. So as it's saying here in chaos magic, it's the same thing. If you want to study the 5% Nation's lessons, supreme mathematics, the 120, you don't need to be a 5%er to study them, right? You don't have to be, because you can learn a lot from it. Now, I perceive it different. I'm just using that as an example of what this is saying here, right? Because what's the precept of the 5%? Like that we are gods, right? Is that different from what a Luciferian is saying? That we are at the center of this. We don't deal with a spook or a mystery God. That we believe we are God ourselves, that the God we've been looking for from day one is right in the mirror, or the goddess you've been looking for is right in the mirror. Isn't that what this path is about? So do you need to be Luciferian? No. So you can use any system. You don't need to be exclusive to it. So I'm trying to show you where these things connect and fall in line. I'm going to have to restart this, man. This goddamn. I'll have to look into that later, how you can extend this. But man, it's going to be about 8 parts to this motherfucker. Anyway. All right. So we left off with the exclusiveness. Where was that? Okay, right here. So you don't have to be exclusive. In this regard, chaos magic is an eclectic and broad approach to magic and prides itself on the ability to appreciate all forms of magical beliefs. Hold on, I got to restart this. Didn't realize this was going to do this, but I'll figure this out later. I'll do this later. All right, let's record. Start the next session. Okay. So it appreciates all forms of magical beliefs and techniques without looking upon any as exclusively true, right? So what is truth? Let's talk about that real quick. I'm sorry, I caught my eye. My brother Taj and Nipsey left and went to Andrew. I'm telling you, boy, man, people can get spooky with that shit, man. Man, spooky than a motherfucker. Brother Taj, are you at work? If you want, I'll send you the link. If you want to come in for a little bit, let me know. I'm not sure if you're at work. Truth, or exclusively being truth. See, there's this false concept out there that there's this one universal truth, right? What is truth? And I'm going to quote something that Dr. Delbert Blair taught, and that I firmly stand behind, right? Dr. Delbert Blair said, truth only becomes a reality when you confirm it for self. That's real truth. Just because somebody says something that you've been forced or sounds like it's the truth or sounds good, it's really not true until you confirm it for yourself. Okay? That's the reality, right? So when it says here, it doesn't have to have any truth, exclusive truth in it, or what people define as truth in regards to that. Because remember, when you're practicing magic and you're tapping into the power of your subjective consciousness, you must be able to suppress all programming that has limited your way of thinking, dogmas, belief systems, your opinions, and your certain even morality. Sometimes certain levels of morality have to be put into perspective, right? You cannot go into it with those limitations or that limited way of thinking, because you'll never be able to effectively perform ritualistic work. And sometimes subconsciously we're carrying a lot of those bad habits or those bad ways of thinking. Okay. So you have to be able to go into your rituals and not be influenced by your personal beliefs. And I say personal things you've gathered along the way. And that sometimes can be a problem, more so, well, it can be for more experienced practitioners, but I see that sometimes as a big problem for newer practitioners. Because it's tough when you've been in a system for a while, and sometimes you're carrying and transitioning over bad habits, right? In your practices and your way of thinking. I could always tell that by a person's behavior, by their line of questioning, how they carry themselves and the things they do. And sometimes they don't see it, right? Nobody's perfect. We're all going to have to work on certain things, because you got to remember, if you came on this path, for an example, and you're in your 20s or 30s, that's 20 to 30 plus years of deprogramming. You're going to have to deprogram. That's not going to change overnight. Now, the beauty of it is some of us who have children, such as myself, having 2 boys, and being able to give them the ability right from the start to know the right from wrong, in the sense of not being tricked into those false things. They're in a better place than we were. We weren't privileged. A lot of us came up through indoctrinated forms of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Some of us came up in very strict households, right? And some of us were exposed to serious programming. Okay. So that poses a problem. You understand? It poses a problem because that's years of work. You're going to have to, that's not going to go away in a week or two. It's not going to go away in months. Sometimes that work could take years. You must, and that's where you got to be patient with yourself. So the other problem is people will come on this path and they think everything's just going to snap, crackle, pop. Everything's good. I did a few rituals. I made the declaration. I'm officially an occultist. Man, poof, my problems are solved. I can tell you, not out the gate, it gets even harder, especially in the beginning. Man, that shit ain't easy. Don't fool yourself now. Okay? Don't fool yourself. That shit gets harder. All right, let me send that link to you, bro. Hold on. I'm going to send it to your, let me tell you what email I send it to. Hold on. It's going to be the first one. Hold on. I'm sending it right now. It's the 2008 one. I'm sending it. I'm gonna send it to that one, or you want me to send it to the French.com? Which one? Let me know. Hold on, let me keep that screen up. Let me know which one you want me to send it to, the French one or the 2008 one. You got two in there. Once you respond, I'll send it to you. All right. So yeah, you got to be patient with yourself, because that indoctrination isn't going to go away overnight. But at some point, you have to get past it and master it. You can't keep using it as a crutch or a tool to lean on to justify your failures. You understand? Okay. Some might say that chaos magic actually presents its own paradigm and belief system, and therefore is a system like all others. While it is true that some may portray chaos magic in a dogmatic way, the fact is, when you are actually practicing chaos magic, there's no room for dogmas or dogmaticism. That's why I say you can't come in, and I'm not just going to say chaos magic. I'm going to say you can't come into this path with any previous dogmatic system. Why do you think since 2017, I've been on hard telling people you must let go of all those old ways of thinking, those old dogmas and belief systems? They're holding you back, people. All of those lesser belief systems. That's the problem. People still want to play Orishi. People still want to be Santeria and Bible magicians, and people still want to use these lesser systems and infuse it with the occult. And really all it's doing is creating more confusion mentally. People still want to play Christian. People still want to play Egyptian Kemeticist, right? Not Egyptian Heka, Egyptian Kemeticist, right? So people still, but they want to play that. I'm not saying you can't utilize them systems, but not to the point where you have not reformed them in a more occult left-hand pathway. And I've shown people how to do that. But when you're still, I'm going to leave some offerings for Shango, some bananas. Look, Shango ate the bananas. They're rotten. No, fool. If you leave bananas out on your counter for 4 or 5 days, they're going to start to decay. Shango ain't eating shit. It's that stupidity way of thinking that people got to let go. I see this still. Even they leave offerings out for the Orishi. Oh, look, they're decaying and dissolving. Yeah, because that's the natural process of science. Ain't no Orishi eating them shits. But this is the stupidity. I'm using that as an example. All those old dogmatic belief or dogma systems, if you really want to excel and take that next leap on this path, I know it might be hard for some. You got to let that shit go. I hear this other term, people be killing me, Bible magic. Boy, motherfuckers will hold on to that Christian shit and find any reason. If Bible magic makes you feel safe, then go ahead, man. I got a whole series on Patreon, tearing it apart. Esoterical occult Bible study class. Some of y'all in that class, you know. And I'm going through every word for word from Genesis to Revelations. We're getting ready to tackle all 114 chapters of the Quran. I'm showing you where that shit came from. So if you want to really do Bible magic and sorcery, less all the religious rhetoric, there's a whole nother science to it. But I'm saying, to my point, if that's the crutch you need, the safety you need. All right, let me send that to you right now, bro. Hold on. If that's the safety blanket you need to knock yourself out, don't fool. Don't play games. Don't try to find excuses. Hold on. The fuck? Hold on. 2000. Okay. Give me 1 sec. I just sent it to you, bro. Let me close this. Okay, so if you are legitimately engaged in a ritual that follows the Kabbalistic paradigm, for instance, then as a chaos magician, you must commit to that belief system as much as possible while you are performing the ritual. Other beliefs of philosophical understanding should not intrude. As a general rule, if chaos magic looks upon its own understanding as superior, it ceases to be chaos magic. Let me say that again. If chaos magic looks upon its own understanding as superior, it ceases to be chaos magic. I mean, you can't claim it to be exclusive or the one. Let me bring you in, bro. I see you there. What's going on, bro? I can hear you.
Peace. What's up, man?
What's going on? I want to bring brother Taj in, man. We've been trying to link up. We got to get back. I keep saying it, man, but shit keeps popping off. Man, look, on the real, on another note, man, the travel hockey's over at the end of this month, completely.
Okay.
So playoffs are February, last week in February.
All right.
And then I'll have a break until late August.
All right, so we can set it up after this month then, right?
Yes. Once this month is out, I'll be back on a regular schedule for sure.
All right, sounds good.
So this is Brother Taj that you might have seen that I've done some of the hip hop occult shows, and life has been going on both ends, on his end and my end, and we've been talking about, it's just been talk, but we got to make that talk a reality, because it's something that we enjoy doing. So we're gonna get back on that in a couple of weeks for sure. Knowing that everything kind of dies out for a few months as far as on a personal level, but yeah,
without a doubt.
All right. But I know you're here, so if you got something you want to impart, just impart.
Absolutely.
All right. So as I was saying here, even chaos magic can't lay claim to being the exclusive, the one, superior. It wouldn't be a chaos magic if it was. Why? Because you're trying to give it some artificial structure that doesn't exist. Okay? That's the reality. Hold on one sec. All right, we almost here. Let me come back. The benefit of chaos magic is that it allows one to make use of all systems of magic. You see that? That's what I was saying earlier. We use all systems of magic. We don't limit ourselves. It's that simple. If magic excludes this, it is just another system under the name of chaos, but has departed from the true spirit of chaos magic. In chaos magic, all systems of magic can be utilized, and here's the key word, appreciated. Having said that, there are some practices which are unique to chaos magic, and chaos magic has its own unique history. We'll go through a little bit of that. Such practices as sigil magic, the creation of servitors, right? We hear a lot of people say, I work with servitors. That's a chaos magic principle or practice, or let me rephrase that, correction. That's a practice that is used a lot in chaos magic. So let me correct that. Paradigm shifting and using one's own artistic creations, right? Such as the alphabet of desire, which will be described later, are all examples of magical forms which are unique to chaos magic, artistic creations. This is why I keep telling people one of the important things to being effective in doing ritual work is the power to use your imagination and visualize. Visualization via your imagination is a critical skill on this path. I've been saying this for years. You can't get by. You can't get past that. That is a skill you will have to work on sharpening, because when the power of your ritual comes, when you have that ability to tap in to your imagination via your subjective consciousness, because you take things from that subjective creation, and this is how you bring it into your objective existence. That's the practice of effective magic, right? And it's a skill. It is an art form, and it takes a lot of artistic creation and ability to do it, right? So some people struggle. I always hear this a lot, right? And it starts with the foundational bit. What are some of the doorways to tapping in to the power of your subjective consciousness or your subjective mind or your imagination? Well, the first two steps are critical, and it's something you should be doing regularly, is your focus and your concentration power along with proper or effective meditation, right? Meditation is a spiritual art form in many different systems that you will find is a foundational technique that strengthens one's spiritual abilities. Meditation is a key tool we use on this path of a lot. It is the doorway to powerful visualization and tapping into your mind and imagination. And there's different aspects of this transcendental meditation, etc. I get that. But none of it can be obtained if you have not worked on your focus and your concentration skills. There's little simple exercises you can do. We've gone over them many times, focusing on objects. Taking a simple object like a candle. You can be anything, but a candle is usually very effective. Place yourself in a room with just that candle. Look at that candle for a while till you've captured that image, concrete in your mind, then close your eyes and just practice the exercise of consistently seeing that image for as long as you can. Keep building that up. That's gonna strengthen your focus and your concentration techniques. What that does is it blocks out all distractions, right? There's other methods. I'm just giving you examples. You have to strengthen those skills in order to be able to tap in on the spiritual realm and get results. In these techniques specifically, I'll be discussing in this book, but keep in mind that this book is short, and my treatment of these techniques is nowhere near as comprehensive as it should be. Because remember, we're just quickly tackling the essentials here. This book serves as a short primer to chaos magic, and if you find it interesting, you will need to consult other books to learn more. And as I said, probably one of the best books, one of the most well-known books, and is a very good book, is Peter Carroll's Psychonaut, right? Liber Null. There is a revised version of it out now. The most commonly encountered principle in chaos magic is that we can accomplish more unconsciously than we can consciously. What the hell does that mean? Let's talk about that real quick. Right? How could somebody accomplish more unconsciously than they can consciously? What does this mean? Let's talk about it. Consciousness is an energy and can be used in a variety of ways. Normally, we are accustomed to using consciousness and its energy as a means of organizing thoughts, memories, desires, etc. These are not the only ways that consciousness can be used. However, you may have noticed that there were times in your life you got exactly what you needed. Watch this. Even though you didn't know that you needed it. And I have to stop there for a second. I keep telling people, the effective magician focuses first on things they need as opposed to things they want. One of your first real reality checks in life on this path is to be able to differentiate between your needs and your wants. Because you're going to find most people, whether they're not on this path or not, and even some that are on this path, they spend way too much time chasing things they want and they ignore the things that they need. So one way of accomplishing things unconsciously is when things are manifesting results for things that you need, even though you may not have been aware in the moment that you needed it. But as you become skilled and aware, you then start to design your spiritual work based on your needs first. And as I said many times before, once you address your needs and you get those things taken care of, all the wants and desires start to manifest naturally. All the materialistic things you would chase. I'm not saying, I'll make this clear, I'm not saying poof, puff the magic dragon, a bundle of money is going to fall in your hands. What I am saying, though, is it seems like the doors and the opportunities and the avenues and the channels are open for all of those materialistic things that you desire. You just got to go out there and seize it. It seems opportunities that weren't there prior all of a sudden seem to be there. And this is the difference. So one of the things, and you learn this through your shadow work, one of the first real gut checks, reality checks you have to do on this path is, I need to differentiate between my needs and wants, because here's where it gets a little tricky. A lot of us have been confused into thinking a lot of our wants are needs. And that becomes a little confusing, right? So sometimes we're chasing ghosts we can't see. This path will make you see what you need to see, right? It's going to let you know, not just the good things about yourself. I know we all love to pat ourselves on the back. I'm so special. I'm good at this. I'm, this and I'm that. That's great. But a real a real warrior can look themselves, he or she, in the mirror and say, this is what's fucked up about me. I need to fix this quick, because if I don't, this part of my chaotic energy is going to start to devour me and eat me up from inside out. And then you can create a lot of obstacles and challenges for yourself. And sometimes, unfortunately, it might take a lot to get out of that, right? The most commonly encountered principle in chaos magic is that unconscious aspect. So normally we are accustomed to using consciousness externally in order to move our bodies or conveying our ideas through speech. Internally, we use consciousness and its energy as a means of organizing thoughts, memories, and desires. That's where we left off. These are not the only ways that consciousness can be used. However, you may have noticed, well, we went through that too. I'm sorry, how things happen and they fall into place. I just addressed that. Of course, there are other times when you want something desperately. This is where we got to start. But it eludes you no matter what you do. What do you think the reason that is? How many of us have tried to do work? We wanted something so bad, so desperately, and no matter what we did, whether it was in our mundane existence or in our spiritual work, nothing seemed to work. Ask yourself real quick, what do you think the reason for that was? You probably came up with a bunch of reasons why, and they probably were all wrong. I'm doing something wrong. Oh, something ain't right. Yeah, we know that part, but what do you think it was specifically, right? Some people think that there is a mere chance and our consciousness has little to do with the outcome. However, in chaos magic, here's the answer. We would say that the more unconscious or unaware of you are of what you want, the more likely you are to get it. What the fuck does that mean? So sometimes you go, this is what I mean when you've heard me say over the years, when you go into ritualistic work with preconceived notions, that's usually when you fail. When I keep telling people, go into your ritual work, don't try to shape the outcome in the sense that you have a specific way you think it's going to take shape and form. Not when you're working with chaos. Chaos, go into it and embrace the chaos and say, whatever manifests in whatever way, shape, or form, I'm going to embrace it, master it, and I'm going to get the desired outcome. Just go into it, that train of thought. Don't go into it with too much specifics. Oh, is this going to work? Is that going to work? Oh, because sometimes you can overthink yourself out of getting results. I'm telling you this. Sometimes people think they're going to read and gather every little bit of piece of information, and that's going to help them get the desired outcome. There's the answer to your problem why it didn't happen. It's not that you did something wrong. It's that you did too much. There's a saying in spiritual alchemy. I talked about this in the Patreon class the other night. Do without doing. What does that mean? Do without doing. It doesn't mean just sit around, don't do anything. When it's talking about when the collective unconscious is working on your behalf and you are tapped in and you've established consistent ritual practice, you've established your connection, your communication with your ritual work with whatever pantheon, spirits, deities, gods, goddess, demons that you're working with, there is a vibrational frequency and energy that continues to reverberate and resonate and permeate throughout your RNA, your DNA. And it's a process that filters out and connects you to everything that people call in lesser paths the collective consciousness, right? For lack of a better word on a simplistic term. So what it means to do without doing means you have laid and established the foundation for that harmony, that energy, that spiritual consistency to keep flowing because you've laid the groundwork, right? So what it means here, it says when sometimes you've done all this work to try because you want something so bad, you desperately want it, you've done ritual work, you've done all these things, it's just not happening. That's because you're consciously thinking yourself out of the results because you don't understand how the unconscious works. Because you're trying to place order in a structural way of something that exists outside of three-dimensional functioning existence, person, place, a thing, which you can't do that. You'll never understand it if you try to confine it to those three aspects. You'll fail every time, okay? So let's continue on. And this allows your conscious energy to manifest beyond your normal limitations. It is rare for anyone to do this automatically. However, we think that the more we want something, the more effort we will put into it, that it is more likely to happen. Some think that we can cause things to occur simply by willing them to occur. Sometimes this is true, but in chaos magic, more emphasis is placed on forgetting that will and desire. So now people might go, all right, chaos magic isn't what I thought. How can I forget the will and the desire? How is that going to happen? It's not meaning to forget the will and desire on the mundane level, as we're talking about. It's saying embrace. There's a thing called embracing the moment. And sometimes people miss embracing the moment because they're trying to dictate the outcome in a false illusionary way. That's what this is talking about. It is a practice in chaos magic to formulate your desires, right? Ritually cast them as spells, then forget them entirely, right? This is why one of the most simplistic techniques we use at the end of our rituals. And this is why I told people, stop using shit like "so mote it be," right? That is I call that a gray magical term that you'll see in lesser systems. When you're saying "so mote it be," it's like you're putting your ritual, your magic, and your spells into some unforeseen form. You're basically saying I have no control over it in a sense that's not going to be effective for you. When you say "so it is done," which is totally different, you're putting a defining statement on your work. So it is done. You've convinced yourself in your mind what you've done. You've completed it. It's effective. It will manifest, and you're leaving it there. That's it. You're not going back. Like people do this all the time, and they diminish the power of their work. They do a ritual, and then they go back second guessing everything. Did I do that? I wonder if that was right. Now you've just destroyed the power of the ritual. A chaos magician says, "So it is done." And they mean what they're saying. So it is done. They forget about it. They leave it there. They don't question it. They don't go back and go, "Oh, I did that wrong in the ritual. I should have moved that object to the right, but I put it." That's all stupid shit. That's not what chaos magic, really magic in general, is about. Okay? We don't say "so mote it be." So mote it be means I'm leaving it into hand to unforeseen spooky forces. I don't know. And you're leaving a declaration and a statement of intent that's saying you're not really sure, is what "so mote it be" means. So mote it be, out of my control. It's never out of your control. It's always in your control. So it is done, right? That's what we say at the end of all of our rituals. So it is done. And leave the shit there. Don't worry if you didn't have the right incense, or you were missing an object, or you forgot one part of the ritual you wanted to do. That doesn't define the full outcome and result of the ritual. What it does is diminish the power of the ritual. I've literally had people reach out to me, I did this ritual and I wanted to do it and I wrote it out, but then I forgot to include the specific element. And then I was thinking to myself, oh man, maybe it didn't work out because I missed it. No, that's all stupidity. That's all that shit is. Remember, I'm going to quote something Nietzsche said. It's one of my favorite sayings. You have your way of doing things. I have my way. As far as the right way and the one and only way to do things, it does not exist. If you understand what that really means, and in the Sith class and Sith philosophy, we use a lot of Nietzsche's stuff, because you'll find a lot of people, whether it's Carl Jung or Nietzsche, a lot of people gravitate to a lot of their information and knowledge and philosophy and psychology, because it really, though at that time, nobody really was classifying it as left-hand path or occult, but a lot of the information is left-hand path and occult in nature, right? Okay. It is a practice in chaos magic to formulate your desires, which is where we left off. Here's the quick example of a sigil magic technique, right? That was one of the first ones we talked about. First, formulate your desire. Make it something simple and easy, then write it down as a statement, right? Here's a little example. Next, take the statement and use the letters to create your own unique symbol. I've always told people these are the most effective ways to create sigils. You can take the English language. You can take your name. You can write it and use those letters in its own unique way and create your own sigils. You can use the English language. You can use others, whatever. Because you are the magician that is charging that sigil with your own personal energy. What more effective way, what more powerful sigil? Nothing can be more powerful than something you formulated and created. Nothing. Not something that's been used many times before. Not that can't be powerful, whether it's the sigil of Azazel or a sigil of a spirit or a demon. I'm not saying they don't work. They are powerful. They do work. But what more powerful, effective way than to create your own personal sigil, right? Watch. Okay. It doesn't matter how you make the symbol as long as you make it. See that? As long as you make it. This is called a sigil. Hold on, this thing, damn. Gotta start the podcast. Hold on. Boy, I might have some work to do tomorrow. Okay. It doesn't matter how you make the symbol as long as you make it. This is called a sigil, which is the Latin term for seal, referring to the seals used in a ceremonial magic to summon spirits. Talismans can also work on a similar principle. However, the sigil must not look like anything in the natural world. All right. It should be purely abstract, conveying nothing but itself. An example of a sigil is on the cover of this book, and you'll see it if you pull it up on Scribd. Once you have created the sigil, the next step is to charge it. So we have you creating the sigil. You saw the form, how you formulate it. Then step 2 would be to charge the sigil, right? And this is a very common practice in chaos magic, right? This can be done in a variety of ways, but all must involve a higher than normal amount of mental intensity. What are you charging the sigil with? Your mental energy or your mental intensity. You're not charging it with just some external object. Even if you took, say, a theme or a magical wand or a ritual tool and say you traced over the sigil, who's holding the magical wand or tool? You. Who's given the magical wand or the atheme magical energy to charge the sigil? You. The tool is the facilitator. This is what you got to keep in mind. If you understand this concept, you'll be successful. Some like to use sexuality where others like to use pain, while others prefer to use simple but intense concentration. Whatever works for you, right? Doesn't matter. It's personal. It's a personal choice. You must bring your mind to a point of tension and concentrate deeply upon the sigil in that moment of tension. Once you have done this, let yourself relax entirely and destroy the sigil. Then forget all about it. If you find yourself remembering what you wanted or remembering the outline of the sigil, distract yourself and think about something else. Once the sigil is forgotten, it will then become magically potent and it'll be able to manifest its effects. Because what you're essentially doing is you are absorbing the sigil back into pure chaos. And when it goes back into pure chaos and filters back out, that's when it starts to manifest the results. It can't do that if you deter from that energy by trying to keep recollecting, second guessing, second thought. I hope you also caught, this is why I keep saying for years, when you're done with your work, so it is done, leave it there. It's no different. It's the same concept. That's where the discipline comes in. So what he's essentially saying here is, once you have put it out there, you've destroyed it, and it's absorbed back into chaos, it will manifest. And in that manifestation is the results. That's what he meant earlier when he was saying you can accomplish things more effectively unconsciously than you can consciously. There's your answer in a more detailed form. See, this is what chaos magic is. It's hard sometimes for people to grasp this, okay? It's hard for people sometimes to put it all into context because it's work, right? As you become more proficient at this form of sigil magic, you will eventually be able to use sigils for a variety of other means. Servitors, we'll get into that in a minute. I describe these in great detail in other books if you are an absolute beginner. This simple sigil ritual will be enough for now. It is good to begin small and make gradual progress. Remember, we're talking about just the foundational practices, Chaos Magic 101. That's why we titled this video that, right? We want to give you just the foundational techniques to start out with. Yes, Chaos Magic is more extensive. There's aspect that doesn't talk about in this particular book. Sometimes there's a form of chaos magic that you completely embody a deity or a spirit. That could be dressing up fully in full regalia, where you literally want to embody from the dress, the look, externally and internally of the spirit and the demon. That's a whole nother practice. I'm not going to really get into that here. That's getting into something a little depth. I'm just showing you how extensive chaos magic can be. And then there's these core practices right here. So we're just focusing on the basic essentials. Because if I go into all that, some of the more newer people will get lost. So we have to keep in mind There's people watching these videos that are seasoned practitioners, and then there's new people. So we have to go through stuff like this where we can keep collectively everybody together so everybody can kind of understand, right? All right. Almost there. A few more things I want to touch on here. The key to successful sigil magic is the attainment of a state called gnosis, right? Uncovering the hidden self. As described above, the mind must be brought to a point of deep tension in order for sigil magic to work. This is because such a state of mind is a source of incredible magical power. Normally, what happened here? Jesus. Mary and Joseph. JMJ. Oh, there we go. Oh, you were lost. Sorry, bro. I didn't even know you was out. My bad. I was so wrapped up in what I was doing. I got you back in. You must have lost.
Yeah, no, we good. We good.
Yeah, that was a term to show how things are stamped in your subconscious mind, right? That's a term that my father used to say all the time: Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, and it stuck with me. Right? It comes from religions with Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. To show you how deep that programming can be. Get mad. Jesus, Mary, Joseph. God damn it. Jesus Christ. Right? How many times you hear people say that? Anyway, it was taking me somewhere else. Anyway, the mind will do that sometimes. Anyway, this is because such a state of mind is a source of incredible magical power. Normally, the mind's energies are diffused and directed to many different areas, but in the process of gnosis, all these energies are directed to a single point. That takes discipline, people. That takes practice. Okay? That takes a lot of work. Okay? Everything is let go. The point becomes incredibly tense and concentrated, and then exhaustion ensues. Everything is let go and forgotten, and the power that was formerly present in the mind is liberated from its chains, so to speak, and allowed to influence the wider reality of the cosmos, right? Plural. It is then able to work beyond the limitations of the body and mind. Meaning, let me put this in simplistic terms. Now you have opened the doorway and the realm to the multiverses, your subjective consciousness, which contains infinite amount of multiverses or universes combined, meaning you've tapped into what people are trying to obtain when they work with the clip-hop. You have now entered through the void and the abyss. You have opened the gateways to the astral realms, plural, right? Where there, it is not governed or ruled by anything that you can trace it to a person, place, or thing, three-dimensional existence. And you must be able to have that skill or ability to do that, because that's where one draws their magical power from, right? This is what the goal of a clipothic magician is, right? Which there's forms of chaos magic and working with the clip-hop. It's obvious. That's obvious if you understand the clip-hop, right? So now showing you how the process works. This is why this is some good foundational shit, right?
Hey, B.
Yeah.
I just wanted to back up real quick. So something I learned is when you basically are doubting yourself, and you're allowing your mind to come back into this three-dimensional situation, you are now having hundreds or thousands of thoughts that are tapped into this realm that are reasons why things can't work, which is automatically erasing all the work that you did or the intention that you put out there.
That's correct. 100%. And that's why I said earlier to what you just said is the same thing. You just elaborated more in detail. That's why you have to just, once it's put out, you have to forget about it, let it go, right? Once you let all of those things you said come in and influence it, yeah, man, it completely destroys everything you set out to do, 100%. And I hope everybody caught that. All right, hold on. This thing closed on me. Let me reopen it. But that's a good point. All right. So that process, as I said, takes a lot of work and discipline. This is not to say, however, that chaos magic utilizes unconscious forms of spell casting. Chaos magic is nothing if not eclectic, and the chaos magician is free to utilize methods and styles from any number of magical systems. So you can incorporate whatever you want, see fit. You can get crazy nutty with it, do whatever you want. This is where your artistic creation and ability comes from, the power of your imagination and your mind. That's where your power comes from. And it's going to say that right here, watch. This is because chaos magic pays attention to the power of belief rather than whether a belief is true. The chaos magician learns to be temporarily believe anything. So as long as it results in a successful spell or magical practice. Because of this, the chaos magician can incorporate traditional ceremonial magic into their magical repertoire. Let me give you an example. How I've reformed some systems of indoctrination. I talked about this the other night too on the Patreon class. I took something that was part of my upbringing, like we were raised Catholic in my family. So I took the whole entire Catholic mass, reformulated it in the ancient Latin, but I changed it around as far as the concept. It was centered around Set and the adversary, but used the whole formula, not like what you see like a satanic black mass, but in that reformulating and totally reversing that process, there was a reprogramming done on the subconscious mind. Years ago in one of the orders I belonged to, we had to take something that was an integral part of our programming religiously or spiritually, and that was one of them. Because we were, pretty much forced as children to go to mass every Sunday. So I rewrote the whole mass. I reenacted my own mass and how I could reform it. And I'm tying it into this aspect of chaos magic because it's, as it says right here, you can take and incorporate any traditional ceremony magic, spiritual system or belief, as long as it's in line with manifesting your results. And my manifesting the results was to remove that religious program and replace. Remember, after you deprogram something, usually the process after that is then you want to reprogram it with something that needs to be programmed with, right? This is this process here. So look at it in regards to that. Like I have people in the program, I'm teaching them that same technique, right? Because they all come to me that they've gone through system. How could they're struggling with shaking this or that, and I tell them take an integral. It could have been a spiritual practice and a religion or something that was an integral part of your life, and reform it by rewriting it and create a ritual about reversing that whole process, right? That's another aspect of chaos magic, right?
Hey, Big, if I could add on real quick.
Yeah.
So one of the things you brought up in my yearly forecast was working on throat chakra, right?
Yep.
So my black magic altar, I have a black towel. It has the Jumpman logo on it in blue.
Mm-hmm.
And I meditate on that to help open up my throat chakra.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So you can use anything as long as it means something to you.
Right. There's another good example, right? And Taj is sharing that with us because that's something he specifically has identified with something he's doing in his work. There's another good example. Yeah. It don't matter what it is, right? That there's another example, 100%. All right. Anything else you want to add to that, Taj?
No, I just wanted to make that point. That's all.
No, good sharing. That's why I wanted to bring you in, man. Just throw on there what applies, bro. All right. Because of this, the chaos magician can incorporate any of these things, all right, as a magical forms of their own devising. For example, even though chaos magicians may not subscribe to Egyptian religious norms, they are free to evoke Egyptian deities in the context of ceremonial magic. So check this out. That's the concept I use, but reform them deities to mean something else. Jesus Christ, for an example, is the main focus of the Catholic Mass. The Catholic Mass is nothing but a vampiric ritual because it's teaching you the concept of transubstantiation. What is transubstantiation? Transubstantiation is a magical ritual they perform in front of the congregation every week to mentally convince the congregation that the bread and wine is literally turned into the body and blood of a dead guy. In this case, Jesus Christ. And then it's so, the mind fuckery is so deep, they cast the spell. And what you're not realizing is It's giving them power, the wizards, the warlocks, and the magicians that are called cardinals and priests and pope in the Vatican. They're feeding off of your spiritual power like vampires, because then everybody lines up at the end of the mass, the body of Christ, and you eat it, the blood of Christ. They've now charged it with their magical intent, and now they have you absorbing it. It's a ritual, people. It's a spell, okay? And it's very vampiric in nature. Go look up the term transubstantiation. If you're Catholic and you're familiar with the catechism, it's something you learn in the catechism of the Catholic Church through your RCIA or religious education. If you really grew up Catholic like we did, right, you had to go through all that stuff. But now I go back and look at it. I said, these crazy ass motherfuckers, boy. Every week they have people attending a ritual, and most people don't really understand what the ritual is about. I don't have any problem with it. It's just I didn't understand it. And most people don't even know what they're participating in. So I used that whole precept and I replaced the central character, Jesus, with the adversary, right? Changed the name, used the ancient Latin. So now by using the ancient Latin, I've established a certain vibrational frequency and tone to the spiritual ritual. I've now focused the body and the blood to represent the corporal body of the adversary and the spiritual blood of the Kundalini or the dragon to permeate through all aspects of my DNA, especially when it comes to the ingesting of the elixir. So I charge the elixir and the chalice with that, just like a priest would in a Catholic mass through the concept of transubstantiation, right? It's a ritual, people. So what they do is no different than what we do. So they can sit there and say we're crazy, but nobody says anything about somebody that literally tells you this is the body and blood of a dead guy. To the point where you go up there and the body of Christ and you eat the shit, the blood of Christ and you drink it. Somebody playing games, man. Somebody playing games. And what you're doing is giving these warlocks and sorcerers power. And you don't even realize it. It's no different. It could be any branch of the church. You know, you get into these catching spirit churches, Pentecostal churches, right? And I've questioned them on it. I've been invited to Pentecostal churches and kicked out after I start asking questions. They get mad with me because I use their Bible, because their Bible says if somebody's catching spirits, there's a process. It's right in Corinthians, 2 Corinthians. And it says one must be writing down when somebody's catching the spirit, and it must be one to interpret what they're saying. And in most of those churches, they ain't saying nothing but a bunch of jibber jabber. And all I know is no Holy Spirit is going to throw some old lady on the ground when she's foaming at the mouth, saying shamalama ding dong, shamalama, and all that, foaming at the mouth and in convulsions, and nobody can really interpret what the hell is going on. So what kind of spirit is that? Because according to Corinthians, I don't see anybody in the Pentecostal church translating what they're saying. We see this shit on TV, the evangelists. They be talking, shamalama, you know, it sounds good, but what the fuck are you saying? Translate for us. Because shamalama ding dong don't mean nothing to me. Okay? It doesn't mean nothing to me. What the hell does it mean? Do according to what your Bible says. Who's translating, writing down and recording, and who's explaining through that translation? Because the Bible says if nobody is doing that, it is an unholy spirit. I'm saying according to their book. This is not me. This is in your Bible, 2 Corinthians. Go look it up. So most of these people are going against their very rules of their religion. They are catching unholy spirits, according to their doctrine, I'm saying. Translate shamalama ding dong to me. What does it mean? What language is that? And what spirit is speaking that? And they can't give you an answer because it's all a show, but that's a whole nother story. All right. So we left off with, so Egyptian deities can be used if you don't use them. Egyptian style talismans and perform whatever other Egyptian themed rituals they may desire. During the ritual, they believe in the objective reality of these Egyptian deities and view the universe within the context of the ancient Egyptian paradigm. So if you were using the cosmology of the ancient Egyptian belief of creation or any spiritual practice, right? It doesn't matter if you don't, let's just say you don't fully, as it says here, subscribe to those religious norms. That's not what the point is. It's using what those forms represent. That's all that matters to the chaos magician. So you can use the Egyptian concept of creation. You can use the Babylonian concept of creation. You can use even the Orishi concept of creation, because I show people how you can use Palo working with the Orishis from a non-traditional way. You don't need to do all that nonsense they tell you. You don't need to do all those offerings. You don't need to come under Babalawo Pimpalicious anymore. You don't need to come under Pimp Madrina anymore, Pimp Padrino anymore, who wants to pimp you out of your money, because it's a never-ending game. It's a never-ending money game. Okay. You need to do this. And after you complete that, there's some other shit you need to do. And it costs a lot of money. And after you're done with that, there's some other shit you need to do. Guess what? You can do it for yourself. If you really want to, if you're willing to learn how to do it for yourself. All right. They do not allow doubt to rise in their minds and perform the ritual with as much sincerity as they can muster. However, once the ritual is ended, here's the key again. They dispense with these beliefs entirely, for nothing is true. All is permitted, as the common chaos magic aphorism states. It's again the practice of leaving it there. So it is done. That's it. Don't revisit it. Don't second guess it. Don't go back and try to redo it. Don't wonder if it worked or it didn't work. That's where the discipline comes in, because you have to be able to absolve it back into chaos. And if you can't do it, nothing will manifest. That's what I mean when I've been saying for years, you diminish the power of the ritual when you second guess it. You know how many times I get this? This is shit that kills me. This part I never understood. Somebody will perform a ritual. True story. This is facts, 100% facts. All right. They'll go, hey, man, Brother B, I did a ritual. You know, man, it was so good, this and that happened, and I got these results, this and that. They say all those great things, powerful things, and then you know what they finish at the end of the email? Do you think I did it right? Do you know how stupid that sounds to me? Look at all the good shit you said. If all happens what you claim happened, yes, you did it right. Leave the shit alone. Stop going back to it, second guessing it. If you did it, it was powerful, and this happened as you claim, and that manifested, of course you did it right. But now what happens is you might get negative results and effects that can reverberate, because now you're coming on the back end going, do you think I did it right? So now that's a subconscious problem you're struggling with in your mind. That's where the discipline comes in. That's why not everybody can utilize chaos magic effectively, because they don't understand how that process works, right? All right. Okay, consciousness is far more important than we realize. It is infinitely malleable and can manifest in a number of ways. Belief as an act of a conscious being is an act of creation. When chaos magicians momentarily change their beliefs, listen to this, they momentarily change their realities. The only thing that is real to you is what you embrace as real. Let me say that again. The only thing that's real to you in the moment is what you embrace as real. This is why sometimes we don't understand when we look at somebody who, for an example, we might classify as mental illness. Sometimes it's just a disconnect from the objective and the subjective realm. There's disharmony. So this is why somebody who can get what some would term as severely mental illness, they might start thinking that they're, somebody from the past, or they hear voices, right? They start to think that they're a deity or this or that. Here's the reality of that. The reality is, in their mind, that is real to them, no matter how crazy it looks to us on the surface. It can be troublesome, because when somebody has lost that harmony between their objective consciousness and their subjective consciousness, yes, things can go amok and crazy. They can go outsane, not insane, right? Because how can you be insanity, right, if you're normal, right? So that's a false term. You can't be insane. That's a trick. When somebody is in that form, they're not insane, they're outsane. They're out of their sanity, not in their sanity, right? That's a trick. And they tell you that intentionally to try to distract you. What tends to happen in a case like that, that person has opened the door to the subjective realms. And what happens is, if the person is not in a sound mind, what happens is walk-ins can creep in. Spirits can use the body as a host for full form possession. And if it's a spirit, a god, a goddess, or a demon that can overpower and feed off of that individual, they become powerless to it. So this is why you got to know what the fuck you're doing. We see this happen all the time. This is what people mean, without getting spooky, the dangers of this path. You have to be careful. Because if you're opening up portholes and doors and connecting with spirits and energies that you are not ready and prepared for, that's when these things can happen, right? This is when you can be used as a vessel or a host. And this is, how do you know? People go, well, how do you know? Real easy. You start doing things out of character, okay? You start noticing, maybe you didn't do, you didn't have certain habits or practices, whether maybe you're doing drugs and you never did drugs. Maybe you're drinking harder than you used to drink. Maybe you're doing more dangerous things than you normally would do. Maybe you're out of character and out of pocket on a multitude of levels, right? And you just don't know. And not only that, other people can recognize it right out the gate. And usually sometimes the person can't, right? These are all just little signs that possibly that is going on. So those are some things you just need to be conscious of, right? And not to focus on the scary things, but we have to realize there are some dangers when there's not a lack of knowledge used in some of those practices, right? All right. So you can momentarily change their realities in at least a private way. Once reality is changed in a private way, however, the energy within consciousness that extends itself to the outer world is also changed. So this is no different when you hear me saying, once you tap into your subjective consciousness and you formulate that thought form, that process of what you're trying to manifest subjectively, then the second step is to bring that into your objective realm or your objective consciousness. That's when the results manifest, right? That's the process. Okay.
That's what you say, becoming the change that you want to see.
Exactly. Becoming the change.
Right, exactly. I mean, I was privy to that with a distant family member from the seventh grade. Seventh grade, was convinced he was going to the NFL. And damn, if this kid didn't win the Heisman Trophy and end up in the NFL.
Right.
And in seventh grade, we were laughing at him.
Yep.
But he was convinced. And so when you have that in your subconscious mind that this is who I am, you manifest it.
That's a reality. Yeah, go ahead. I mean to cut you off, but I'm saying that it becomes reality.
No, that's it. I'm done. Yeah, no, I'm done. That's it.
Yeah,
that's all
no.
I'm saying.
That's a good point. Right? And who's laughing now?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Exactly.
And that's a good example to show what the power of, because you know what? He had put that thought out there. Regardless, people could have laughed at him, thought he was crazy. He was in full control, but he put it out there and he left it out there. No matter how many people might have laughed at it, doubted him, he didn't second guess it. That's what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
And that power of that belief of changing his reality in that moment, that started to reverberate and transcend as time went on. That's what I mean when it's absorbed back into chaos, it comes back out and it manifests the actual results. That's some powerful shit, man. See, if we understand, this is why I keep saying, and I've been focusing hard, going back to a few months ago, I keep telling people this whole war that's going on in the world right now, when you correlate all the crazy shit that's going on with the pandemic, going back beyond that, 2012, all of these police shootings, all this racial charged stuff that's going on, politics, the economy, all of this is being done intentionally to stir up fear. And they know they can control you through your emotions via the aspect of fear. So if they can control the power of your mind and your imagination, and if they can get you to the point where you're not even thinking for yourself anymore, game over. That's the goal. Once you can think outside of that paradigm, and this is why I keep telling people, you got to understand how your inner world works and your outer world. And people don't realize that stuff, the more you allow it in, it becomes more to affect you. It amazes me when some shit goes down, how people get sucked in emotionally. I mean, people email me like I give two flying shits about that political shit. I stay up on it. I stay aware of it because I see the games and the moves they making, and then it shows me how I need to move. And that's it. But I don't live my life in fear, worrying about it. Because here's the reality. Then you got other people think the world's coming to an end, or aliens are going to come back, and spaceships are coming out of the sky. Is going to be. Guess what? If there was a nuclear war, spaceships coming out of the sky. Hold on, I gotta restart this shit. Hold on 1 second. This is annoying. All right, it's gonna be like 18 parts, man. The podcast people are gonna be happy. But if we were sitting here right now and there was a missile or a spaceship coming to destroy, guess what? Stick your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye. There's nothing you can do about it. And guess what? If you were where you need to be, you would not be able, you wouldn't even fear that. Look, I'm not saying look to speed up your death process, because death actually is life, but we shouldn't be fearing that. There's people that literally live their life in fear because of some conspiracy. Because guess what? If some aliens is coming, for those that do believe in that stuff, and I'm not saying there's not intelligent life form out there on other planets outside of us. That would be foolish. We know that exists, but I don't want to get into all that now. But my thing is, let's just say there was an alien invasion tomorrow. What are you going to do about it to stop it? Do you have the knowledge and the technology to stop it? That's all I got. If you don't, then shut the fuck up. Who cares? Worry about, this is why one thing that's key on this path is we deal with the now. That shit is all a distraction. The only thing that matters is what's happening right now. Yesterday is gone. It's archived in cyclical time, not linear time. Tomorrow ain't guaranteed to come. You think it is. You've been convinced you're going to go to sleep tonight and wake up tomorrow and everything's still going to be here the way it was today. That's the illusion. This is why I keep telling people. So the thing, it's that old adage, if you take care of today, the present moment, tomorrow takes care of itself. The thing is, they got us focusing everywhere but on the now. Meanwhile, we're focusing everywhere but the now, and they're working in the moment on the now to corrupt and destroy our minds. And we're not seeing it. Pandemic. The economy is getting ready to crash. War in Ukraine, gas prices surging, inflation through the roof, prices in the grocery store. They're trying to get you so fucked up and so out of your right way of thinking. Look what's going on. People going out of their fucking mind. They're batshit crazy now. It's not taking much to trigger people no more, because what they're doing to some is effective and it's working. Your job is to stay on your craft and not get sucked into that. Because I keep telling you, it's affecting all people now. It's not black, it's not white, it's not Latino, it's not Asian. Because everybody going out of their fucking mind. Okay?
If I could
And
say
if
something
you're
real
not,
quick, B.
go ahead.
So this is where we have an advantage on this path, because if we're able through our work and our practice to focus on the now while we're in meditation or while we are doing our workings, we're able to, we're in practice and focusing on right now. We're not caught up in what's going to happen tomorrow possibly, or focused on what happened yesterday and how that's going to play out. You know, if you focus on the now is where this is where your creative energy is. That's right. And again, there's that other saying, the present is a gift now, right? Because yesterday, as I said, is gone. Because if you're focused, all right, let me also reiterate this into what you said. What you said is 100% true. It's not saying don't have goals, right? It's not saying don't plan for your future. That's not what it means, right? Have a plan, have goals, have things to try to attain. So some people will twist it, and believe they do. They come to me. So what are you saying? Don't have like a plan of where I see myself in 10? No, that's not what it means. If you take care of today, tomorrow takes care of itself. So you lay your goals out. Let's say you have these goals, and your goal is to be there in a few years financially for this, or you've set a goal in 6 months to a year to start a business or an endeavor or whatever. No, set those goals, lay those goals, but the smaller goals lead to the bigger goals. So you have to tackle those goals in the present every day. You deal with the today or the now, and it takes care of tomorrow, because you'll find out your tomorrow when it does come. If it does come, it's a better tomorrow. Because sometimes when you're ignoring the now and you're like,
you're stressed out and you're worrying about what's going to happen 6 months, a year, 5 years from now, you're taking away from the present moment. People don't understand that concept. And as I said, time is
You're
an
missing
illusion.
opportunities.
Yes.
You're missing opportunities right in front of your face, right here today.
Right. And it's also giving one the understanding that linear time doesn't exist. It's not real. Linear time is an illusion. It's fabricated. It was created by man to keep people controlled into the concept of a beginning and an end. See, all of that is done by linear time because most people think there's a beginning and there's an end. Cyclical time is cycle. It keeps recycling and cycling itself over and over. And that's why I keep trying. I've said a million times over the years in different classes, look at time as if you take a rock and you throw it into the lake or a body of water. When that rock hits, the water from the center of where that rock hits, waves ripple out from the center. So really, time constantly contracts and expands. So the only thing that is real is the present moment. It's an illusion that there was a past or yesterday. There's an illusion that there's a future, because if time really contracts and expands, it's all connected. There's no such thing as 5 minutes ago, right? Look at the bullshit. Just look at the Gregorian calendar, right? We've talked about this. Let's just run through it real fast, super fast, right? The Gregorian calendar, which was created by Pope Gregory, right? Our system we use here in America and the West, based on the January to December. Watch the loopholes that it's real simple to show that linear time is an illusion. You have some months that have 30 days. You got some months that have 31 days. You have, obviously, February can be 28 or 29 days. So that's out of whack right out the gate. When you look at how they calculate linear time, you got 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in one day, right? You see, pay attention, 60 minutes in an hour, 60 seconds in a minute. You have 24 hours in a day, 6, 6, 6, right? Pay attention. And what do they say in the Bible? That 666 is the number of the beast. It's the number of a man. But here's the trick. The Bible scholars reversed it. It's actually the number 9, right? When you look at the number 9 and you reverse the inverted 6, we know after 9, there is no number. Pay attention. And you'll catch something here. And it'll release a spell of mental slavery that they've stamped on us hardcore. So when you reverse that 6 and it's really a 9, and as I said, there is no number after 9. When you look at basic number chart, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then all they do is, when you look, you understand digital and analog, pay attention. They take the 9 and then they flip it, and then the other side becomes a 1, and then 0 starts all over again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then they flip the 9 again. The other column becomes a 1. This is how you get tens, hundreds, thousands, right? So when you look at it in its essence, 9 is the only number that multiplies itself by itself. Just go through the nines table. It's the only number. 9 times 1 is 9, right? 9 times 2 is 18. 1 and 8 is 9. 9 times 3 is 27. 2 and 7 is 9. Take any multiple of 9, it equals itself. What is this saying? This is cyclical time, cycle time. They know this. It's not 666 is the mystical number. That was to distract you. That was their bullshit. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes an hour, 24 hours in a day. Here lies the number of the beast, the number of man, 666. There you go. And Sherry just typed in, when you add, was my next point. When you add the 3 6s together, what do you get? You get 9, 18. 1 and 8 is 9, right? Check it out. It's going to get even worse, okay? Because I do this shit all fucking day. Now, look at your clock. Let me show you how they fucked with you. Go back to Y2K, when they tried to scare everybody because they said everything was going to shut down, right? Look, there's hidden gnosis in a lot of this shit. Remember Y2K? 19. Oh, man, when the clock flips over, oh, man, the reason why they were panicking, because all of these systems were not on digital, they were on analog. So their fear was when they shifted that these because when they first created these computers, they didn't plan on it getting this far. So they were afraid it wasn't going to be able to switch that binary code. As when I was showing you the number, They were afraid that when it went 1999, that the 2 wasn't going to be able to ship over and the 9s would go to 0. So all these computers were manned with that analog, that old system. So they were worried about this. But here's what they didn't fucking tell you. Don't listen to the game, right? Here's the game. Okay. Now, I first said there's different time zones, according, right? So how is this going to work? Because I believe it's New Zealand or somewhere in New Zealand is where if you're flipping the calendar year, it becomes midnight into the next day. I believe, I could be wrong. That's one of the first places or somewhere there. So we have different time zones. It became on New Year's Day, 99 going into 2000, it becomes that process happens there at one moment. Then we could just look at the United States. We have the West Coast. That's 3 hours behind. So on the East Coast, it became those computers would have flipped first, right? It wouldn't have happened the same in the Midwest and the West Coast. Well, we saw when it first happened in New Zealand, nothing happened, right? Because they figured it out by connecting and connecting these computers together because of the concept I just told you. They know that there's they figured it out because really there is no number after 9. So they're able to link these systems up together. Now, obviously with technology, that gave them time to keep the power grids up, et cetera. I mean, it gets more. I'm just giving you the quick. So what I'm saying is with this whole time thing, when you look at analog and digital, and analog is not really used. If you're older, a person that been around my age or even older, and you only really see analog clocks in public places, like maybe schools, government buildings, et cetera, okay? So when you look, they have on an analog clock called the second hand, which that's a mistake. It should be a first hand, right? Not a second hand. And when you look at the second hand that goes around, as you see on an analog clock, you have 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Do you know most kids can't even tell the way we learned time in school? Like now, everything is digital. What time is it? 12:50. If you say to a kid it's 20 minutes to 1, most of them don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. This is real. Most kids don't know how to tell secondhand time. That's how we learn time as kids. When you look at the clock, we didn't say 1:40. We said it's 20 minutes to 1, or it's a quarter to 1. Yeah, you wanted to say something?
Yeah. I found that out, man, like 4 years ago. I said that to my kids. They're like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "It's quarter to 1. What does that mean?" It's 12:45. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Right, because they didn't grow up with secondhand time like we did.
Right.
Right. We say it's oh man, it's 20 minutes past 2. What? It's 10 minutes to 1. What the hell is that? 10 minutes to 1. They know it is 12:50 because
you might as well be speaking Arabic to them, man.
Yeah, they've been programmed with digital time. Now I'm gonna tell you why they did it though. Because when you look at the secondhand clock, they knew if you really studied it, you would break the illusion of linear time. Because when you look at the secondhand clock, as I said before in previous classes, the clock, when you look at it, there's tick, there's a space or a pause, talk. So who's calculating the pause between the tick and the talk? So if you really take it, there's more than 60 seconds in a minute because there's a tick, pause, talk. Tick, pause, talk. Tick. So you got to add an additional pause or second in between each tick and talk. I keep telling people that's where the spirit realm exists, in between the tick and the talk. That's where secular time contracts and it's ran. That's where the void, the gateways and the doorways to the opening of the void and the abyss exist. They don't want you to know that. So when they started to, a lot of us started to break down the secondhand clock, they did away with all that shit. They said, we got to leave analog and go to digital. Everything is digital now, right? There's nothing that's not digital. Your cell phones, watches. I mean, but they still make, you can still buy watch. I mean, I'm not a watch person, so maybe they still make watches though, I believe, right? With the second hands or no?
Yeah, they do.
They do, right? Okay. So but for the most part, outside of maybe watches, and that's why I was asking, you won't see too many analog clocks anywhere. I think they still exist only in public places like post offices. I believe the schools still have them for the most part. Am I wrong? I don't know. And some public places. And most of them are like government places, schools, post offices. But outside of there, for the most part, analog is non-existent, because you can see the just the fuckery. And then with all those numbers, the Bible was trying to allude you to something. And again, it's all based on the 9, right? 9 also represents the black flame of consciousness of Set. That's why 9. People say, why do we toll the bell 9 times before our ritual? For all the aforementioned things. We know the black flame of consciousness exists beyond what they call linear time. And Set connects us to that, right? That's one of the reasons why we do it. That's one of the reasons of what it represents. All right. All right. Almost done here. And then we'll go into the chat. Okay. So we left off with momentarily they change their realities, right? And here's the answer. Within the consciousness that extends itself to the outer world is also change. This in turn causes changes to occur within the outer world or objective reality, confirming everything we just said. You bring those changes into your objective reality. Nothing is true. All is permitted. It is simply an acknowledgement of the endless creative nature of consciousness itself. Consciousness is so creative, in fact, that it can turn into something other, and this is the last section, and then we are done. Other than itself, the insentient and inert. There are no ultimate limits to consciousness. This is what the void in the abyss is about. This is what the clear path is about. You must, again, one of the key components to breaking mental indoctrination is you must understand linear time is an illusion. It doesn't exist. If you understand Leviathan and the principle of Leviathan represents the principle of continuity and existence. When you see the symbol of the Ouroboros, the serpent with the tail in its mouth, it's representing one of there's many representations to it, but in connection to what I'm talking about now, in reference to time, it represents that principle of continuity and existence, right? And in that continuity and existence, for an example, it also represents the individual as the master, the God, the ruler over that time. Because when you draw a circle or the serpent with the tail in its mouth, the only person that knows where the circle begins or when the tail was placed in the serpent's mouth is the individual that did it. That represents you being in control. That means you are submerged and you have merged one into that principle of continuity and existence, right? But you are also in control, right? You are the center of, symbolically, of your universe, right? So in Leviathan, it's showing you also that linear time is an illusion. It's not a reality, right? This is something we must also understand, right? Through our current manifestation might be quite limited. Through transcending our limitations, we gain a wider perspective about ourselves and the universe. Chaos magic is a system of magic which emphasizes this aspect, and rather than conforming to an existing belief system, it looks upon all belief systems as only a means of altering consciousness. Yet if consciousness is endlessly alterable, this means it has no fixed abode or set form. And therefore, the very ideas of a permanent nature to anything, even consciousness itself, should ultimately be abandoned. Let me say that again. The very ideas of a permanent nature to anything, even consciousness itself, should ultimately be abandoned. What does that mean? Things are constantly changing. If you understand basic metaphysics and quantum physics, anything that doesn't change dies, right? It's trying to show you the principle also of continuity and existence is that all things are moving and evolving, constantly changing at all times. It also ties into the, if you understand, the Kabbalion and the Hermetic principles of Tahuti. Nothing ever rests. Things are always vibrating and moving, just at different frequencies, okay? So, for an example, when you look at something that appears to be stationary, such as us as humans, it's not that we're stationary. It's just when we're in this solid state, we are vibrating at a very slow frequency, right? So as I've done this multiple times over the years, if I took this object in my hand, this stylus pen, and as I started moving it, the faster I move it, the more speed it picks up, it starts to not have a solid form anymore because it's vibrating at a faster frequency. This is what the doctrine of polarity, vibration, and rhythm was trying to show you. That all things are constantly moving. Nothing ever rests. It's the same thing in magic, chaos magic, all forms of it. And this is why the author is making that statement here. Nothing is permanent. Everything is constantly changing and evolving. There is always a deconstruction, even in nature and creation, there's always deconstruction and reconstruction happening, right? Change is inevitable. You can't avoid it. You must understand that, all right? Then with everything in motion, the real basis of magical power opens up. Therefore, part of chaos magic is to use the techniques and methods of other systems in an eclectic way, while ultimately subscribing to none, as all forms of magic are simply ways of manipulating consciousness. What is magic? Or one definition of magic? Manipulating consciousness. The same thing with energy. Energy can't be destroyed. It can only be manipulated. This is why I don't teach anybody banishing. Banishing is a lesser system. I'm not knocking anybody that does it. I'm not knocking anybody that it works for them. I don't teach it. I don't utilize it, because my thing is, when you banish energy, where does it go? I always ask, and they don't know what I can't get an answer. Well, I'm protecting myself against negative. What's negative or bad energy? If you understand the doctrine of polarity, good and bad, negative, all that is perception. All that is perceived based on its vibrational rhythm. So when you're banishing energy, where does it go? That's my question. You can't banish energy. You can only manipulate it, and it's manipulated through your consciousness. So a real magician knows when they're doing ritualistic work, it's a difference when you are casting, say, an hermetic circle or the 8-pointed star of chaos. You are invoking all that chaotic energy into your spiritual altar, circle, spiritual chamber room, whatever you want to call it. Okay? This is important because a good magician takes all energy in its rawest form, regardless if somebody is classifying it good or bad, right or wrong, because the magician, based on the work that they're doing, knows what energy to draw upon. So sometimes you need that destructive energy. You need that intense, aggressive, which some might classify as negative energy. Sometimes you might be doing works of healing, right? More lighter work, where then you have to utilize a certain form. All of it is submerged in chaos. It doesn't matter what you classify, good or bad, light or dark. It's all the same thing. You are the one manipulating it into the form needed to do the ritual work. So you can't banish it. So what you're terming banishing negative, well, I'm banishing the negative, that's all bullshit. I'm sorry. Now, maybe it's working for you. It's the power of you and your belief in it that's working. It's not so much the concept that's really working. And it goes back to the original principle. It's the magician that is fueling the intent or the energy. But I find when you look at a lesser system like that, you're stripping yourself of energy or power that can be utilized in a multitude of ways effectively to gain results. So this is why I don't teach the lesser banishing ritual or do banishing type of rituals. Because again, even if in your mind you think, where did it go? I want you to give me an explanation. When you banished something, what does the word banish mean? Look it up, right? To eliminate something, to destroy it, right? You can just pull up the basic that. Again, my question is, where does it go? That's all I want to know. Where does it go? Does it go just evaporate into the atmosphere? And if we've done it, we just broke down that there's no such thing as parameters and boundaries. If you understand the void and the abyss, Leviathan, the principle of continuity and existence, there's no such thing as linear time, only cyclical time. And we understand what cycles are, right? Where does that energy go? And it goes against every precept of what quantum and metaphysics is. When you understand the science of the circle and the square, right? Now, if you understand the concept of nothingness and somethingness, there's where your answer, you'll get your answer. But most people don't even take it to that point. So where are you banishing this to? You get my point. And anyway, not to stay on that. Let me just finish with this. I'm almost done. Then we're going to go into the chat. We'll take some questions because you know me. If I keep talking, I'll be talking forever. All right. Yet, if consciousness is endless. Okay, no, we did that part. I'm sorry, down here. Okay, even chaos magic itself is simply one approach among many. True chaos magic is simply a perspective which allows one to utilize all perspectives, or a technique which allows one to utilize all techniques. This is its main benefit. In addition to sigil magic, an eclectic approach to other forms of magic, chaos magic also incorporates other unique techniques, such as the creation of a servitor, right? People always talk about this, a servitor, right? The creation of a semi-conscious entity which does the chaos magician's bidding. A servitor is created in a similar way to a sigil, but rather than being destroyed and forgotten, the servitor is continuously charged and given energy. The servitor is kept alive and fed by the chaos magician's own energy, but it has a somewhat independent existence and is able to intelligently perform various tasks. They are potentially more useful than sigils in the sense that whereas a sigil acts directly and unthinkingly, a servitor can use a degree of cunning and intelligence. Now, the power of the servitor is only going to be as powerful as you are. So, let me be clear on this. If you're dumb as fuck, you're creating a dumb as fuck servitor. It's the only way I could put it. It only has it's like, look at the cloning process. It only has the intelligence and the power that you have and the ability that you charge it with. And it is a constant work. I find out some people create servitors and they don't know how to upkeep it. And as it said here, the magician must constantly feed and energize this servitor. So its power is based on your power. If your power is weak, servitor is weak. If you keep yourself spiritually charged, the servitor will be strong and charged. In order for it to carry out tasks, now I've heard people create servitors. Sometimes you gotta be careful, because some people who create servitors to do stupid shit sometimes get their ass handed to them just for dumb shit, controlling somebody or love spells. First of all, I tell people this when it comes to love spells. Why I wouldn't even waste energy and magic on trying, for an example, to get somebody back that doesn't want you. Complete waste of time. You know how many people come to me, want me to do work because they're trying to get a person back? And they don't realize when you do a spell, you're creating a zombified state. You're not getting the original shell of the person you had back the first time. Let me tell you what happens. This is a reality. I say, you sure you want to do this? I try to talk them out of it. I say, first of all, give me a justifiable reason why you want somebody back that doesn't want you. That's a self-esteem issue. That's an insecurity issue. If you're going to go to that extent to get somebody back and that person don't want you, what does that say about you? If you want to bypass that and continue, we can continue. And then what tends to happen is they'll say, no, I still want to do it. I say, you do realize you're not getting completely the same. Oh, it doesn't matter. I want the person back. Then you do a ritual. The person comes back and they go, oh, they're different. They almost seem like they're a little bit in a zombified state. Like they're not the same. You're not getting back the same person. That's because they are. Because when you're doing work like that, it's like you're using that kind of concept. Right? So you're not getting the person back that you had all those great times with, and you might have went on vacations together and had all these memorable moments. It's like you got this puppet back now. People don't understand that. That's how that type of magic works. So if that's what you want back, and sometimes I tell them it could backfire. It could be worse. I always encourage people, if somebody's done with you, you be done with them. Fuck them. That's the way it works. Stop getting all up in your emotions. Stop surrendering your power to somebody and letting them strip you of that. You should never crave a desire after somebody that doesn't want you. Fuck that. Let that shit go. Do ritual work to get past that shit, not to bring it back to you. To me, that's an oxymoron. You're kind of defeating the purpose, right? Anyway,
Just being stuck in an illusion.
Yeah. Oh, you'd be surprised. These people, they come to you with crazy shit. I get women that come and they want a dude back that beat on them. Like, what the fuck you want that dude back for? Why would you want to bring somebody back to you that verbally and physically abused you? That's a problem with yourself. There's some insecurities there, some mental things you need to address. Because most of the thing you'll find out, they usually were subjected to maybe their mother being in abusive relationships. So it's almost taught to them as a normal behavior. It's the same thing like a dude, like he's with some gold digger chick who took all his money, was out there doing all types of crazy shit. But it's like, you want this woman back? Fuck, you want her back? Kick her ass to the side of the road, leave her there. But why are
Yeah,
you
but
opening?
it's psychological because these people are looking at, when they were in that relationship, they were looking at an idea of that person. They weren't looking at the person.
There you
You know what
go.
I'm saying? So coming back around now, you want that person back. You want that idea back of that person that
Yeah,
you had.
thank you. Right, right. And that's what you got to look at to figure out, why do you feel like that? Because that's one of the explanations why somebody would want somebody like that back. I'm honestly, when people come to me with that, I really try to my best of my ability to talk them out of it. Don't do it. Don't play yourself. Why would you even bother with that? Because look, I don't want nobody to take this the wrong way. I learned years ago, and I don't say this sounding callous, disrespectful, or rude. I learned years ago, hoes a dime a dozen. Okay, they come and go. They like buses. You miss one, you're gonna catch the next one. You get all caught up in your feelings. It's the same thing. A woman can apply that concept to men. Look, they're a dime a dozen. Just you got to sometimes go through. Hold on one second. You got to sometimes go through the bowl and find the right one. But that doesn't mean you stay stuck on the wrong one. Why stay stuck on the wrong one? Why, again, step one is question yourself. And that's part of shadow work. We addressed all this in shadow work. That was one of the things we did through the journaling process. There are so many people scarred psychologically from toxic relationships and marriages, and they can't get past it. And I broke down the science to them. A lot of that is DNA related. Because you got to remember, when you're swapping DNA with a person, when you're swapping sperm, saliva, you are ingesting that person's DNA. The stronger one will overcome the weaker one. So this explains sometimes why somebody can't get over somebody, right? We might translate that as a man. Oh man, the pussy was so good. No, it was that DNA that overtook you, and vice versa. The one might say, "Oh man, the dick was so good," or I was so attracted to the person, right? No, it's that DNA. That DNA overcame you. That means you were the weaker one, right? We called it for years ago, is when we were younger dudes. Oh, your pussy whipped, and then we would question women like, why would you stay with a dude that cheats on you, abuses you, And then like they don't have a justifiable reason. Well, and he's just no. You're fucked up in the head. That's what it is. Accept it. Okay, it's that DNA. So we have to be cautious now, knowing what we know. You can't just swap DNA with anybody no more. Okay, because here's the other thing you have to be careful now. You thought back in the day you might have been able to put it on somebody and they might have been with you. Put it on them now, they're going to be mesmerized because now you're harnessing more spiritual power. So now you might have spiritual pussy or spiritual dick that somebody can't take anymore because now you're infusing. Trying to explain this the best way I can. You are. It's like 10 times folded what it used to be, right? So you have to be careful. You must be very selective who you swap fluids with, right? You have a responsibility now to discipline yourself because what could happen is you could attract that person that could become a nuisance that's going to be very hard to get rid of. And they'll be obsessed with you in a way you probably never seen on a normal level. And I know some of you have experienced it. You know what I'm talking about. Okay. So we must be aware of all those things. All right. One more paragraph here. All right. Okay, so what the hell happened there? Oh, there we go. Also, we left off with the servitors and feeding them, etc. So they are potentially more useful than sigils in the sense that the sigil acts directly and unthinkingly. This is where we left off. And the servitor can use a degree of cunning and intelligence. Many ancient magical systems have set a list of spirits one may evoke in order to accomplish desired goals. But in chaos magic, one can create one's own spirit for whatever task one desires. There is also a great appreciation of innovation and self-expression in chaos magic. A chaos magician is encouraged to not only create their own spirits, but to create their own symbol systems and magical techniques. I'm going to skip that. That pretty much sums it up. In summation, chaos magic is a modern form of magic which allows for innovation in new magical forms. The utilization of old forms and the special technique of casting spells through high techniques of sigilizations and gnosis. It is an example of magical forms continuing to push forward and evolve. And that's basically the summarization. So that's just basic essentials, Chaos Magic 101. I think we covered a broad area of it. So let's go to the chat, take some questions, some comments. Again, as time permitted, I've already been on here for what? Damn, 2 hours and 40 minutes. You know me, I always say it's going to be quick, and it's never quick. I don't even know what that word means, right? All right. For all you guys on the podcast, man, I'm going to have about 20 episodes to unload of this shit, because they're only doing them in increments of 30. It's going to be like part 20 to this motherfucker. All right. I'm going to go to the top, start at the top, just to address. All right, I'm going to skip, again, fernal blessings and greetings to everybody here, just for the sake of time. I'm going to get to questions. I'm going to try to focus more on questions than comments, unless if I feel it's a comment that applies, just to kind of stay on topic, save time. So I'm more so looking for questions. All right. And I will, if it's a comment that I think applies, I'll kind of. So infernal blessings and greetings to everybody. If I didn't greet you personally when you first came in. All right. So let's see where we at. Young Finest. That's one of my favorite avatars. I love that name. All right. Coming down here. So Joshua, it's like 12 degrees. Yeah, if you up in the Northeast, man, you're getting that. What are they calling that shit? Polar freeze. I haven't been through one of them in a while. It's gonna be the coldest up there in 5 years. I got somebody I know headed up to Massachusetts, up in Boston, man. Ooh, they talking.
Yeah, Philly's not fun right now, B.
Nah, I know. I was talking to my cousin in New York earlier. He's like, yeah, but hey, you guys had a mild winter, man. So I guess now you're getting payback.
Yeah, true.
You guys didn't get really too much snow. So I guess it's all coming in waves. So stay warm. It's good boning weather. Good boning weather. Get that fire going. That's one thing I miss about up north, man. That boning weather in the winter, man. I miss that shit. Yeah, we don't have that down here. It sucks. But yeah, wintertime is good for boning, man. All right, what else we got? Questions. I'm scrolling down. Yeah, Oni says fear is always the bully. Good comment. That applies. Yes, I am a Gemini. People have two heads. Multitasking is natural. Yes. Geminis are interesting people. I'm not just saying that because I'm a Gemini. One thing that came up, we were having this discussion. See, Geminis can be at one moment, they can be very outgoing, vibrant, very sociable and community. And then the next minute, we can just be very introverted into ourselves. That happens to me a lot. I can have moments like this, and then there's moments. One thing I hate when I get into that introverted state, when people go, what's wrong? Is everything okay? That's what's wrong. You keep asking me what the fuck is wrong. There's nothing wrong. It's just how we are. That's how we are. It's crazy, but I forgot I was having that conversation with. There was another Gemini, and I'm like that. 1 minute people think that there's something wrong. They're like, man, just 20 minutes ago, we was having a blast. Now you sitting there like, oh, quiet and like something wrong. No, ain't nothing wrong. It's just how we are, right? How we are. All right, what else we got? Will Knife says it's not that we only use 10% of our brain. It's more akin to a percentage of. Yes, that's true. Total processing capacity. That's correct. That is a more detailed explanation of that statement. So use your whole brain just at 10% of what it's capable of. Yes. So just think of how much potential we have. And many people have said this over the years in regards to that. But again, it comes up in regards to just look at the amount of potential we have if we understood that process to the fullest. Yes, earlier, like Liquid Product says, never compare yourself to anyone else. That's why I was saying, don't compare your journey to anybody else. Don't worry about what somebody else is doing. Don't worry about if they're getting to a level you're not there yet or vice versa. It's not important. Your journey is unique to you and you only. That's what makes it unique. So you can't compare it identically to somebody else. As I said many times, doesn't mean there's going to be some similarity, sure. Not some things you can't compare because some things are just natural, but in essence, your journey is unique. Don't compare it to nobody else. Okay. What else we got here? Looking for questions. There's another good comment we were talking about earlier. That's true. We need to modernize magic more and bring it into the future in new ways. Of course, we have to, because anything that doesn't change dies. Basic metaphysical principle. The problem is people are stuck in the past. As I said, a lot of these conscious movements have a back in the day itis, I call it, or they have a messiah itis. I've explained this before over the years. What's the back in the day itis, the messiah itis? I'm not interested in hearing lectures about how great we used to be in ancient Egypt or back in the day this, back in the day that. That's doing absolutely nothing to me for 2023 and beyond. It's not putting money in my pocket. It's not changing my life. All it's doing is falsely feeding my ego. I want to know how we can be great and all those wonderful things in the now in 2023. I want to hear about back in ancient Egypt. Fuck all that back in the day shit. That's the problem. You're stuck back in the day. And that's why I've said many times before, how can you take that knowledge and apply it to today without being stuck in the past? I'm not interested in what we used to be back in the day. Everybody knows that. I don't need a history lesson. We have so much technology and resources. I can get all that history. So that you just spit and regurgitate and give me a whole history lesson is a waste of my time. I don't want to hear it. I can find all that out on my own. You ain't saying nothing I don't know. What I do want to know is, how can I take that information and apply it in real time today? Now we're talking. Because if it's not changing my life, and if it's not bettering me and what I call the 5 points of self-mastery, or the pentagram spiritually, if it's not mastering myself spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically, and financially, I don't want to hear it. I don't care about Pharaoh Ramses this and back in the day in this dynasty. All that is ego-driven bullshit. So people can put their chest out and feel good about themselves. I don't care about none of that stuff no more. And neither should you, because it ain't doing nothing for you in 2023. That's the point. Okay. Then you have other people who got messiah-itis complex. They're waiting for some savior to come save them. And I'm not just talking about religious people. These are your people that are followers. They're always looking to get up under something or somebody, belong to some group, organization, or take on some guru or master as their idol. And they think that's going to get them to the next level of the promised land. Not going to happen. Okay. So we must heal ourselves from messiah-itis and back in the day-itis. Okay. What else we got? So yes, to finish that statement, that's the type of ideas you say you've been working on, new modernized methods while preserving ancient methods and reference. Right. And that's the formula. Right. And that's essentially kind of what the author said. And when we were going through the book, that's what the author's saying. You could take all those ancient systems, right? All those ancient techniques from those grimoires and spiritual practices and infuse that to how it's going to work for you today and incorporate your own. Well, for those of you who've been working with me for years, whether it's through classes and rituals, and some of you have been here with me personally, right? You guys know the first thing I always teach you when you're creating rituals, put your own personal flair and touch on it. Add your own creative ability and energy. Never, I always say this from day one, never word verbatim copy a ritual out of a book exactly the way it is. Why? Because that individual's energy who created that ritual is stamped on that. So you are tapping into the very essence and energy of the person that wrote the ritual in its entirety. Now you have to take into account, we don't know what that person was tapped into at that moment. It could be things you're ready and prepared for. It could be not. When you add your own creative energy to it, you are formulating it for your personal needs. It's a different approach. And that concept is great because that's what your goal is when you're creating rituals. You can use a lot of the ancient systems, the formats, the methods. So little things, how do you do that? How do you change that? So for an example, you can take invocations and adjust and alter the words. That's going to fit your needs. Just one basic example. You can get a little more intricate. I'm just giving you a quick example. All right. So yeah.
So I was talking to a brother. He's, for lack of a better word, he's a Hemonite, right?
Uh-huh.
And not to take anything away from Bobby Hemmett, but his perspective is coming from there, from that whole avenue. So he said to me one day, he said, I forget what we were talking about. And he's like, yeah, well, I don't use my magic for mundane things. I said, bro, what do you think it's for?
What's he use it for?
I don't even ask him to elaborate. But I'm just like, what do you like? We gotta live today. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, what do you think it's for? It's just crazy, like people's perception
Mhm.
of this. You know?
You should be able to use it for both, right?
Right.
I
Exactly.
mean, how do you
You
not
you
use it? That's
you
crazy.
are trying to master yourself mentally, spiritually, emotionally, physically, financially, right? So how do you not use it for mundane
I
things?
Well, I mean, again, I can't. I mean, I can't put words in the brother's mouth. I would be very interested to hear him explain that, and then from that response, we'd probably be able to have a continuing, a dialogue. I mean, I got my thoughts on it, but rather than wait, but yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. That's the difference of what we do and others do. To me, that sounds like a very spooky approach, right?
Exactly.
Because see,
That's what I was trying to get at.
it reminds me of people, and this is why I say there got to be that harmony between the objective reality or consciousness and the subjective reality and consciousness. This is why I've said many times before, and I have nobody yet to take me up on this challenge. And I would love for somebody to, one, because I would laugh my ass off and I would probably thoroughly enjoy it. But I've always asked a person, you have these other branch of people that, oh, this world is an illusion. It's not real. Everything you see is an illusion. You're an illusion. You're controlling this reality. And I agree with that to a level, but not to the level that they promote it. So I say, I've done this multiple. Nobody's taking me up on this. I'd love to do it. Please, somebody take me up on this shit. I say, so you believe everything is a reality? Yeah, I'm not real. You're not real. This is all, we've created this illusion. Okay, so we've established that. This is all an illusion. It's not real. I said, so if you really believe that, you wholeheartedly believe 100%, yeah, 100%, brother, 100%. I say, okay, here's what I want you to do to confirm that, because I'm in total opposition to what you just said. So I will be highly fucking impressed if you would just put your hands down by your side and let me clock you dead in your jaw. And let's see if the pain is really a reality or if it's an illusion. Because if you really believe that, you will not be afraid of the pain. You will not be afraid to take the hit to the jaw. It's just all an illusion. All of a sudden, everything goes
Exactly.
out the window. No, see, what I'm saying is, no, see, you're twisting. No, I'm not twisting what you're saying. You control this
Exactly.
paradigm. And then here's again, it's not to be judgmental. And here's a dude that might be working a menial job and might be in a bad situation, living in his mom's basement. It's always those heavy cats that levitate and want to give you advice, and they're so deep, but yet they're living in their mom's basement, piss broke, right? And then you say something to them like, well, if you're controlling this illusion, through that illusion, that's the reality you created. If it's an illusion, shit, you should be able to master. You should be a pimp in this reality. You should have all the money in the world. You should have everything you need. See, they don't look at that side. I'm saying that in regards to the statement you said that the brother said. How could you not use it for your mundane? Is
Right.
what I'm trying to say.
Exactly.
It makes
Right.
no sense.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm first one, like, we've talked, I told you about some of the subjective things that have happened to me, but like, am I going to meditate and have a spaceship come down and take me, to go where Nipsey Russell is right now? Like,
Yeah, man.
that's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Nipsey. Is it Hustle? It's Nipsey Hustle, right?
Nipsey Hustle, yeah.
Nipsey. I do what you do, bro. I think of the entertainer Nipsey.
Yeah, it just comes out.
What we're doing is we're showing our age, brother. We're showing our age. That's what
It
we're
just
doing,
comes
man.
out.
We're showing our age, man. Because every
Exactly.
time I say it, it comes to my mind. But yeah, again, it's important to have harmony between your subjective consciousness and your objective consciousness. That's the whole point of what we're talking about.
Right.
All right. Kimberly Chisholm says, so happy to have stumbled upon this lecture. Oh, well, good that you're here. We appreciate that. Liquid Parallax says, the endless void before creation, it's unmanifested pure potential energy. That is correct. All right. Again, I want to thank M.A.A for the donation. All right, let's look for some questions. Yeah, again, thank you for putting her channel on there, Brother Taja. Yes, check out the Sister Dragon Jasper on YouTube. You see the link in there earlier, was put in there at the 10:03 mark if you're looking in the chat. I will be speaking with this sister tomorrow night. We will be setting up a time. I'll have her come on the show. Let me just put that out there again. Look at what she does. Very unique. And one thing, Sister Sherry King, I got to stop saying that. That's showing my age too. Sister, brother, sister. Let me stop. I'm just having fun. Sherry King, who I think is still in here, she brought her to my attention. I checked out the channel and I thought it was real unique. She does some interesting stuff on there. She does end meditations and stuff through music, very creative. It's different. And she's a young, younger sister. And her creativeness is what stuck out to me. So I reached out to her. We're going to have a quick meeting tomorrow on Zoom. We're going to set up a time and I'm going to get her to come on here. We're going to have a nice discussion. I also have the sister Kiona coming on, who contributed to one of the newest publications that just came out from the Temple of the Ascendant Flame, Arachne, the Spider Goddess. She is a high priestess in the temple. I myself am a high priest in that temple. And I've already linked up with her, and we're going to have her come on February 15th, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I will be putting up an advertisement for that in the next day or two. So that's going to be an interesting dialogue. There's a lot of young male and female practitioners out there doing good things and creative things. So I want to kind of highlight that, and I'll bring some of these people on. So look out for that. So check it out. The link is in there at the 10:03 mark if you haven't checked our channel out. All right. All right. So for some questions. Shout out to Dr. Bombs going on. Yo, you killed me with that comment earlier. Nipsey went to Andrew Me. Yo, Caspi spooked out with entertainers, man. I don't know what it is, man. I was saying, I don't know if you was on earlier. I was talking about, I literally gave people that email. Can you teach me how to communicate with Whitney Houston? I was on. I'm like, nah, I can't. I'm not interested in that. Okay. I don't know what it is, man. People starstruck, even with dead folks, they starstruck. I had a motherfucker email me a couple of years ago, wanted me to do a ritual to connect them with Tupac. I can't even make this shit up, man. I'm telling you, boys, some people be spooky, man. That's that spooky shit. All right, what else we got? Yvette, good comment by Yvette earlier. I not only to be patient with myself, but I had to have self-forgiveness and self-compassion. That's important, right? And all that ties into self-worth, right? And one thing we're doing in the shadow work class is, you're going to laugh. Let me tell you a little exercise we had to do, right? I think I might have mentioned this. Maybe I didn't. And it's funny in the feedback I get on this. I have people do an exercise where they strip down butt naked, completely naked, and stand in front of a mirror. And they look at every part of themselves. Because we start from the inside. There's an inside-outside aspect to this exercise. Most people can't get past their physical self before they even get to the internal or the spiritual self. So first thing we do through the journaling process and the uncovering process is a lot of things in regards to that. Do you really love yourself? And most people struggle with the physical part, because most people have some, not all, let me rephrase that, not most, but some have to come to the reality that they don't even love their physical self. Some people spend their lives wanting to look like somebody other than themselves. Some people can't accept their features, their nose, their lips, their hair, their skin tone, right? And their body type. So I have people do an exercise where you stand bucket naked in front of a mirror, and you start from the top of your head to your toes, and you say, I love every part of myself. I love my hair. I love my eyes. I love my nose. I don't care if you got a broad nose, a thin nose, broad, thick lips, voluptuous lips, very thin lips, fair skin, dark skin, brown. First, it starts, you must love yourself in your mundane existence, right? Because you can't, because the inside's going to be real ugly when you get there, right? It doesn't matter if you have a big ass, a small ass, big titties, small titties. Don't matter if you have thin legs, skinny. You have to be able to break. It sounds very trivial. It sounds very minute, but you'll find out. I had people do that and give me feedback. They were laughing and crying and all types of emotions. I remember doing it years ago. It's funny because it's like this, your inner being starts to look from the outside, And you start to hear this voice go, you are a fucking fool. And you start to laugh at yourself. And it's a laugh and a cry almost simultaneously, because you realize how foolish, and you kind of see how you've been programmed. It's crazy. The programming is deep. So first, you got to have love and respect for yourself, right? Because if you don't, you can't love anybody else. That's facts. You can't even love your family, right? It goes even deeper than that. But if you haven't tried a little exercise like that, try it. Because some of us are hung up. We all wish we were something else. But guess what? You must embrace every aspect of yourself, including physically. That's the nose you got. That's the lips you got. That's the hair you got. That's the eyes you got. That's the ass you got. That's the titties you got. Embrace that shit. If you're a dude, not everybody's going to have a six-pack and chiseled. I like my little belly. You know, I exercise. I just know it's in the family, right? I'm kickboxing 4 or 5 days a week exercising. But I'm not stressing that, oh, I want to be that dude that's got the it's nice, it's cool. But guess what? I've come to the reality. It's what I got. You need to come to that reality too, right? Embrace every aspect of yourself and stop trying to fight age. Okay, stop it. Some of you guys are outrageous with it. All these women out here talking about keep it real, and nothing on them is real. Fake ass, fake titties, fake nails, fake eyelashes, fake eyes, fake hair. Don't talk about nothing about keeping it real when everything about you is fake. And let me be clear. I'm not cracking on any female or disrespecting any female. I'm not saying wearing extensions and braids and it's a bad thing, but have some regulation to that shit. Some of you motherfuckers go way too far with it. At least get matching hair. I mean, you ever see a woman that don't even get the right matching? Let me stop. You ever see a woman man.
Yo,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. I'm not even gonna go where I was gonna
let's
go.
not go there. But you get my point.
But what I was gonna say is that the shadow work thing is real. Like, it really helps you take a look at, things that you were doing unconsciously that you didn't realize you were doing to yourself. You know what I'm saying? And one of the things that you brought up with the mirror thing, like, every day now, I look at myself in the mirror, and and like you said, in certain things that we say, we show our age or whatever, and things start to slightly change gradually over time, and you don't realize how you look at it. You look at it as a negative. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So now it's like I look at myself in the mirror every day, and I'm like, "You're doing all right." You know what I mean? Like, we good.
And
you know what I'm saying?
And it is a mind state, because I could tell you this. We've talked about this, me and you, off camera, on camera, hip hop or culture. Look, I'm gonna be 52 in June. I don't feel 52 at all.
Right.
Crazy thing about it is, energy wise, mental wise, I don't feel no different than when I was in high school. I almost feel like that same person in my mind and energy wise, right? Energetic wise, spiritually. Where when we could tell, look, all of us who are older in our 40s, 50s, and beyond, man, look, I can go on to Facebook. I can see cats I went to school with. Some of these cats look like they 70, 75 years old.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We all could go on and see some people we grew up with or went to high school, and they look crazy fucked up.
Yeah.
Right? We go, damn. Because when you are in tune spiritually, let me tell you something. It also reverses the aging process. It creates a healing on a cellular level that I can't put into words. That's why when we were building on the music magic, when you listen in the music of your era, when you listen to music at a time where you were your most happiest and your most, a point in your life where it just resonates with you as being a very uplifting, positive time. When you listen to music of your era, it creates a healing energy on a cellular level, literally. And this is why some of us age better than others, because we have tapped in spiritually to things that other people haven't tapped in. So there's some of us on this path. I mean, I know some dudes on this path, they're in their 60s, 70s, women in their 50s and 60s, and they don't even look like it. They look like they're in their 30s and 40s. There's a science to that. And then I see some people that are just out there in the world, people I grew up with, went to school with back in the neighborhood. I either when I go back to New York and visit, I see them, or I see them on their Facebook. I'm like, damn. I'm like, shit. That motivates me to go to the gym. That motivates me to get my shit in order. Cause I'm like, this dude look like he in his 70s and he only in his 50s.
Yeah.
It's crazy, but it's real.
It is.
But try that exercise, man. Embrace yourself. And
Yeah.
I don't want to sound fluffy bunny, you know. I want to sound like one of them, them self-motivating, I love myself. But you get my point.
Yeah.
You get my point. All right. My parents in the church tried to program me, but eventually I got myself kicked out of CCD for asking too many. Oh, yeah, you can't ask questions. But it's funny because in their scripture, it says ask, seek, and find. Ask and you shall receive. Knock and the door shall be open to you. Right? But when you do ask and you're trying to seek the answers to your questions, you're either labeled as being blasphemous, evil, a child of the devil, and all that other shit. So you really can't ask, right? So yeah, I'm sure we've all come from, a lot of us here in the West, most of us, have been influenced to a certain degree from religious programming and indoctrination. If you live here in the West, maybe you didn't come up in a strict religious household, but you've been influenced by it because it's everywhere, right? So yes, there's a lot of deprogramming that has to be done in those areas. All right. What else we got? Liquid Power says, what type of offerings do you give to Santa Muerte? Now, I work with Santa Muerte more in her ancient Aztec and Mayan goddess form. I don't really incorporate too much of the Christian Catholicism elements. And I don't knock anybody that does. So even people that I work with, I don't really teach them the hold on. God damn. Gotta restart the recording. But I can tell you effective offerings. Now, let me be clear when you're giving offerings, because offerings are also given in lesser systems or traditional systems. It always should be your approach in the offerings, right? An offering is a sign of reverence. It's a sign of respect, right? Don't ever approach offerings like a religious person would prayers and worship. We don't worship anything. I just want to make that clear. I don't teach anybody to worship anything or anybody. I do teach people to show reverence and respect. Same thing with your ancestors. You should not worship your ancestors. You can't. It's literally impossible, because you are the same fabric and DNA. The same blood that runs through your veins runs through their veins. So you can't worship yourself. It makes no sense. You can show honor and reverence to those ancestors that are connected to your DNA and bloodline. You use that same concept in your approach when working with spirits. So offerings is done along those same lines. Having said all that, good offerings I know work. Like Santa Muerte is probably my matriarchal spirit. I consider her, especially her gold aspect. You should be working, and if you really want to embrace her mysteries, you should understand all 7 of her main aspects. Right? I know some people pick certain aspects: the black, the gold, the red. The gold is my key one I go to, but I acknowledge and work with all 7 of her aspects. But offerings that do work is good quality tequila is a great offering to give her. If you do give her dark chocolates, give her good quality chocolates. You can offer her high grade tobacco too, whether it's actual, and again, no cheap shit. Because remember, Santa Muerte is she's an energy. Even when you read about her ancient Mayan young female goddess form, she likes to be spoiled like a female likes to be spoiled. Don't come half-assed, don't come cheap, and don't come sloppy. Robust cigars, whether you give her actual bowl of tobacco offering or the actual cigar itself, you can actually, like in other spiritual systems, smoke the cigar and fumigate the altar. That works. Other good offerings to give her: good quality high candies. I don't do the owl plant thing. Doesn't work for me. I know some people like to offer certain plants, aloes and herbs, and that does work. Fresh water, obviously, for any spirit is the best thing you can give them. And if you do have offerings of fresh water, those should be recycled, even on your ancestral altar, every several days, right? The most powerful offer you could give to any spirit is just pure water. Number 1 offering you can give. Copal incense is a great offering to give Santa Muerte. I find dragon's blood works effective too, and a good frankincense and myrrh resin is also a great offering to give her. Sugar skulls. It's always good to place anything connected with the death current that's connected to her, etc. The list goes on and on. And then I know, like with the gold aspect, when you break down offerings to certain of her aspects, like her gold aspect likes to be pampered. Find a very good, high quality perfume. I know she likes offerings of sweet smelling perfumes, things of that nature. And again, remember, understand the spirit you're working with. She is the goddess of the underworld. She can open serious doors if you know how to work with her, right? I almost look at my connection with Santa Muerte is very similar to Samael. She's almost like the feminine counterpart to Samael. That's the type of connection I have with her. I don't really have those experiences. And look, let me dispel some myths, please. I have to dispel some myths with Santa Muerte. People always come, is it true if you work with Santa Muerte, you can't work with anybody else? Absolutely not. That's bullshit. That's religious bullshit that comes from Catholic practitioners. All right, so let me make that clear. That is 100% false. You can work with any spirit you want. The black aspect actually helps you incorporate invoking other spirits. The main rule of thumb is simple. Just don't mix her energy, altars, and pantheon with anything else. Just keep her stuff to her. So if you're doing rituals with another pantheon, keep those rituals in that pantheon. Do not infuse connecting spiritual. It'll cause a lot of mental confusion. Trust me when I tell you. Find out the hard way if you want. Okay, I don't recommend it. There's no rule of thumb. You can do whatever you want. But that if you use that principle, you'll be fine. Now the traditionalists will tell you, oh no, you can't. If you work with Santa Muerte, that's the only thing. That's a bunch of bullshit. I'm living proof of that. Many other people are living proof of that. I have her own space. I don't mix nothing with it. I have pacts I've made with her. I work with her on a weekly basis. I keep up my agreements with her. And she's done fucking wonders for me. She's opened up financial doors. I'd be here all night explaining. I owe my success financially to connecting with her gold aspect. That's the best way I can put it. So it's understanding what you're doing. So all of that, you can't, that's all bullshit. So I just quickly address that. All right. And then I see down here, Creative Soul gave some good tequila, weed, copal, roses, flowers, even carnations, water. Water is always, you can never go wrong with water. And if it's coffee, always for spirits like that, black coffee. Do not put any sugar in it, cream, just straight, pure black coffee. Good shit too, right? Always remember rule of thumb with Santa Muerte. If you go cheap, she comes back at you cheap. Just think of a woman that likes nice things. That's how you treat that spirit. Right? I've even seen people decorate her gold aspect and put jewelry on it. It's personal. Establish your relationship and your connection. But I do know she likes her devotees. If you don't give her attention, she'll let you know. You must have establish that personal connection. She doesn't like to share you with anybody else. And once you establish that connection, you better keep it up. Because if not, she will remind your ass. And sometimes it's not always fun. She will remind you. She likes attention, and keep your pacts and promises with her. That's the best advice I can give you on that. All right. I wouldn't say magic is different than spell work. Spell work is just a form or aspect of magic. They're connected. They're different in the sense that it's just a different methodology. But it's magic, because magic falls into spell work, destructive work. There's many different things that fall under the category of magic, because those are just different aspects of magic. But magic is for the purpose of personal transformation on all the levels we discussed earlier, right? Liquid Practice says, water. Do you bless the water first or do anything with it before offering? Do you find some offerings work better than others or give different results? And again, that's based on your personal connection. Yes, I have found out that certain offerings work better. Like a great offering for Lucifer is just red apples, right? Red apples is a great gesture of respect for activating the power of the adversary in your ritual work. People have asked that question. Do we do the offering aspect like they do in other systems? Yes, you can if you decide. But red apples is a great offering for one of the aspects of the adversary, Lucifer, right? As a token of gesture of respect, right? So yes, the spirits will respond sometimes to offerings, and it just depends on your connection. That's number one. Now, you should always spiritually charge the water. And how you spiritually charge the water, it could be a simple invocation over it. What I like to always do, for an example, I'll take, especially on my ancestral altar, after I charge it, I like to just take a little bit between my fingers and I sprinkle it all over the altar, just very lightly. You don't need to drench it. soak it. Yes, I do recommend you do charge the water up. And it could be done with simple invocation, right? Place your hand over the water and say the invocation, right? That's the most powerful, effective way, in my opinion. I mean, there's others. I know people that go a little more intricate. I'm a dude that less is more. I find straight to the point, simple, effective ritual practices are more effective. I know some people like to get intricate, detailed, and complex, and that's cool. I'm not knocking it, but I find less is more. I try to keep it as simple as I can. Because I'm going to tell you this is reality. You could do a ritual that you planned out that's extravagant with all the trimmings, and it could be an hour, 2.5 hour long ritual. And then somebody can do something that's 5, 10, or 15 minutes. And the person that did something that's 5, 10, 15 minutes could be more effective and powerful and get more results than the person that did something that took 2 hours or more. It's not about the time and the length and the extravagantness of it. It's your power and your intent and how you carry the ritual out. So trust me when I say less is more. Okay.
Hey, B,
Yeah.
I have a quick question while we're on the subject.
Why not? Well,
Sekhmet. Are there offerings that we give to Sekhmet as well?
yes. Good offerings for Sekhmet. Well, first of all, her color is red, crimson red, anything red, red candles, and crimson, very bright, fiery red. The most powerful, effective offerings that work well with her is birch beer, right? And you can still buy birch beer in stores, that red birch beer. And I'll tell you why. Red wine is a very powerful or effective offering. You can give her red flowers, roses, anything in that line too, like whether it's flowers, herbs that are connected to her. Now, other herbs, if you can find, and it just depends. Obviously, some of these, when it comes to herbs and certain offerings, depends where you live, and some of it is not always easy to get. Like if you, for an example, with Sekhmet, right? The red, why the red? Let's go through just real quick. Red is affiliated obviously with the blood because when you read in a lot of her stories, like especially you read in some of the Egyptian records that anytime a lot of the ancient Egyptian armies went to war, they did a ritual to invoke Sekhmet because it's saying that she was so insated by the blood of individuals. It says that she devoured the blood of the gods, right? And the birch beer offering, from an example, when you read the mythology, they would leave her trails of birch beer to trick her into thinking it was blood. And she would follow the trail and she would devour the birch beer thinking it was blood. Some use regular beer, but it doesn't work as effective. And the red wine obviously symbolizes the blood, right?
Okay.
Now, same thing with herbs. You can use cinnamon. I know people have used cinnamon, real pure, raw cinnamon. You can use sage, works also very effective with Sekhmet. Some people even create baths with that. You can pure honey, raw unfiltered honey is also a good aspect when you work with Sekhmet. So I mean, there's a multitude of things that you can use, and charging red candles obviously is a very powerful. I've even known people to get images of Sekhmet and make their own like red crimson cape or robe, and they'll put it on the statue because red crimson is her color, right? Now,
Okay.
also understand the different manifestations, right? You have Sekhmet, and then you have Bastet, who some say, depends on where you read and study, is her lesser manifestation. It's more of her calmer side, right? They're both affiliated with the feline or the cat, right? And this is why you see Bast depicted as a feline or a cat. And this is why you see Bastet depicted as a female or cat. Now, when you go back into the Egyptian mysteries, which is a little deeper, they had a sacred feline order, right? Now, the feline again, and then the males had their own canine order, which went back to Anubis and the Egyptian jackal dog of the dead. It goes into a whole bunch more. There was a reason why the cat and the reason why Anubis was the dog, the Egyptian jackal dog of the dead, and wore black. Right? That's a whole nother class for a whole nother time. But the mysteries of the feline or the cat, because a cat has 9 lives, right? And like a female, what do they say too? And I'll have you answer this so everybody can hear. What do they say it can happen if a cat, what's the myth that if you're laying down flat and a cat gets on top of you and gets close to your mouth, what can they do?
Let me take your breath.
They can take your life, your soul. It's the
Hmm.
same thing, the power of a female. This is why they say it's dangerous. Be careful what female you kiss, because they can suck the soul of a man right out through his damn mouth, right out through his damn mouth. And that's why I guess into something else. There was an ancient ritual that used to be enacted under the order of the feline, which is under these mysteries. The men would reenact in ritual while they were doing their ritual in the temple. The women would come in and dance seductively to see if they could distract the man. It gets into more, right? You'll see this in some occult orders today, and it's a test, right? Because this is why ancient Egypt revered the power of the divine female. She preceded the male, right? It's in this country, it's reverse, right? And this is why Egypt upheld the female, because they understood how powerful her spiritual energy was. That's the short form. I mean, there's a lot more in that. That could be a whole class for a whole nother time. But the
That's good. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a good question. All right, what else we got? All right, try to get through the rest of this if we can. Yeah, I mean, it's personal. Like Creative Soul says, I don't have water charged by the full. All that is personal preference. I know some do it by the sun. I know some use crystals to charge the water. Like I said, you can get very intricate ways, whether it's the moon, the sun, crystals, all that is effective. It's personal. Me, it comes from my personal power. I can just place my hand over something and I charge it. The same thing you can use through the science of breath. You can charge water. You can actually alter the alkaline level in water by charging it with the breath, if you understand that science. So it's personal, it's preference. Any of those methods will work. Go back to what we said in the very beginning. As long as you're getting results, then no problem. But if you're doing a lot of intricate things and it's not working, then you might want to reevaluate it. That's all. So yes, you can use the moon, sun, crystals, your hand, an invocation. It's all personal preference. Only way I can answer that question, I just simply charge it with my personal invocation. Okay. All right, what else we got? Yes, awareness is a different level of intelligence. Most definitely. All right. Yeah, there's no getting around shadow work. You can't avoid it. Right. And as I said many times before, the method I try to show people, you must get the 3 foundational principles working first in order, in my opinion, to be effective and successful on this path. What are those 3 pillars? Shadow work, demonic integration work, and spiritual ancestral work, right? That's the foundation. That's laying the house. Look at it as building a house. That's the foundation. The problem is a lot of people come on this path, they skip those foundational principles, especially shadow work, and they just go into hardcore shit. They start working with Kali, they start working with Lilith, Samael, and they get their asses handed to them because they didn't address their self first. You start opening the gate to spirits like that, and you got a lot of personal shit going on mentally and emotionally. What do you think you're doing? It's like you're putting match to dynamite. If you're not sound mentally and you need to address things mentally and you go doing work with Ahriman, I mean, what do you think is going to happen at some point? Explosion, and not good. Don't mean you might not get momentarily results. Some people say, well, we got our special people. There's always the people that are deeper. Yeah, I did one right out the gate, and then boom, boom, boom. And man, we got crazy. And then you see those people 6 months, a year later, they're usually crazy, talking to themselves, and then the whole paradigm has changed, right? You can do whatever you want. As I said, I'm not in the business of telling people what they should and should not do. I will make suggestions. How I teach people, I would never throw anybody out to war without the necessary tools. It's like throwing a soldier on the battlefield and he ain't got a weapon. Why would you do that? So I show people the most effective way. You need to get the 3 foundational pillars operating in your spiritual path. Again, shadow work, demonic integration work, and ancestral work. Trust me, start that. You're on the pathway to a successful journey. Trust me when I tell you. All right. All right, where we at? Yes, I do have a whole tier on the Patreon. It's tier number 8. If you are interested, I have mentorship programs, and mentorship program tier 8 on the Patreon is just I work with people and show them how to set up altars with Santa Muerte, how to connect with her 7 aspects, how to establish regular ritual practices, etc. So if you're looking for like mentorship programs, things of that nature, I have the Red Magus program. Look at the tiers. I believe it's tiers 7 and 8. And I have African Witchcraft and Sorcery tier. And I believe that's it's 7, 8, and I'm sorry, 5, 7, and 8, I believe. Anyway, they're labeled. You can see them. But I will say this about mentorship programs, please, only if you are real. It's not just about the money when I say it's an investment. It's a time investment. It's work. I only take people in the mentorship program that is going to be committed. It's time. If you can't do the work and you can't put in the time, I suggest you don't do it. Any mentorship program, because it's my time. I don't have time to waste. I don't want you to waste my time, and I don't want to waste your time. To me, the most valuable thing is precious. When I say time, I'm not talking about that illusionary linear time that we were talking about earlier. I want to use my personal time for my growth. So I don't have that personal time to waste anymore, is what I'm saying. All right. But anyway, yeah, so it is done at the end of rituals. Yeah, and you're right. Sherry King said earlier, I'm not sure if she's still here. That was at 10:47. Damn, there must be a lot more questions on here. So mote be reminds me, if it be thou will, and Lord willing. Exactly. That's how I feel when I hear that shit. So mote it be. So, so it is done. Xander Promio, thanks for the donation. You got to apologize for being here late. It happens. You're here, right? Again, all that matters is what you're doing now, right? All that shit, that don't matter. You're here now. All right. What else we got? Sherry King says, thanks for looking out for us babies. Nah, we got to. If we don't, who's going to look out for the babies? All right. What else we got? Sherry King says, the Pentecostal church I came from explicitly said, once this wine and bread is blessed, it becomes the body, blood. Yeah, they say that. And I believe the Lutheran faith teaches that. I know the Episcopal faith does, the Catholic faith. So yeah, they're all connected together to some degree. But as I've said, this is facts. Whether most Christians get mad when you say this. The first form of Christianity here in the West was Catholicism. Anything else after that technically is a sect and a cult. Because when you talk about Protestant, Martinism, the Episcopal, all that stuff came afterwards. These were reformations or movements that broke off from the church because they had disagreements with the church body, the councils. They had disagreements with the whole concept of the Pope and the body of the church, and they had a difference in doctrine. But Catholicism was the first established branch of Christianity here in the West, I'm talking about, right? And everything else that branched out from that afterwards was a cult. The Pentecostal church is a cult. The Lutheran church is a cult. It broke off from the original church, whether you agree with it or not. And it trips me out how they'll sit there and not only argue with doctrines outside of their church theology, but they'll go against the very foundation. And really the difference where it lies, it might be the understanding of the Trinity. Some don't recognize the Blessed Virgin Mary as being divine, as say the Catholic Church does. The papacy is not recollected as in direct line succession to the Apostle Peter, right? The Catholics will tell you the church was built on the rock, which was Peter, and all the lineage of the Pope traits their lineage from Peter on down. So it's just a lot of bullshit, basically, is what it is. A lot of mumbo jumbo, manpower, man control shit. But you need to know your history when it comes to that. And this is why, again, on the Patreon page, I have the Esoterical Occult Bible Study class. We talk about all that in there, right? It's a powerful class in the sense it's not only, and I tell people it's not, because you could take that class and you could go upside the head on Christians. They will cry. You will be able to bust that noggin wide open. It's not for that, though. You could do it, but it's not for that, because we need that learning and understanding first. It's for us first and foremost. And people are learning a lot from that class because they realize that there's still a lot of programming that's embedded there that they needed to work on. And that's what the class is for. We go through all the stories from Genesis to Revelations, the crucifixion, the parting of the Red Sea, the Israelites. Who were actually the Israelites? I'm not going to get into all that now because that's going to be where did these stories come from? We trace their lineage back to cultures that predated it. You need to know this knowledge because this is going to alleviate and deprogram that bullshit that was put into us for so many years, right? So that's why we have different things like that going on to assist in that, in that regards. But yeah,
it definitely helps break that indoctrination.
yes, it does. Yes, Xander, the Roman Church of the Vatican sing prayers to Lucifer right out in the open. I love the Latin language, and actually, it's funny. I'm going hard in right now on my Latin. What I'm getting ready to do, I have an idea I want to do on Patreon. Like a lot of these, religious groups here in the West have their own weekly service. I'm thinking about doing a weekly service on Patreon for Patreon members where we can congregate and have our own spiritual service, for lack of a better word. And that service, the ritual part of it will be in Latin. So there's something I'm developing now. But Latin is a great ritualistic language to do your rituals in, along with Arabic and Aramaic Hebrew, right? We do a lot of our rituals in that on Patreon. We don't really use too much of the English, but anytime we do it, if you've been on Patreon, we give you the English translation too. But yeah, it's right there. They do it right in front of your face. All right. Yeah, I one thing I do to Xander's comment for earlier, I was always see me as a young child. Now, obviously, when I came out, when I probably hit about 13, 12, 13-ish, maybe 12, 13, 14, is probably when I really started to navigate away from Catholicism because I started to see a lot of stuff that I thought was comical. But I remember in elementary school, I mentioned this before in the past, I remember third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh grade. Because I went to Catholic school until I got kicked out in eighth grade. That's a whole nother story. I don't even want to tell you what I did. But anyway, I was always fascinated with the ritual of the Mass. That was my favorite thing. It was just the sights and the sounds, the smell. One thing that got me hook, line, and sinker to this day. It's funny. This comes up as I was riding in my car today. You want to hear some really good Gregorian chorale music? There's a series of music. It's called Sacred Treasures. Maybe some of you heard of it. I was listening to that today. I love Gregorian music, Gregorian chorale music, because I know in the past, well, it's a whole nother story about past life and past spirits. But I was always enamored with the Latin, the Gregorian chants, the smell of the frankincense and myrrh incense, the whole ritual process of the Mass, especially the Latin Mass, more so than the English Mass. Because back then, we were still under the old Vatican before they revised the Vatican rules. And if you remember back in the day, if you know the traditional Latin Mass, the priest back would be to you, and everything was done in Latin. Remember, they reformed the Mass in the 80s under Pope John Paul II. When Vatican II came in 70s, 80s, somewhere around there, I don't know the exact year. That's when it came to what you're seeing today, the more modern Mass. But the traditional Latin Mass, to this day, a couple of times a year, I go to a church that does the Latin Mass just for that reason, because I can connect with the spirit of my mother at that Mass, right? It's a long story. I don't want to get into it now. But yes, I was always enamored. The ritual aspect of the Latin Mass is very appealing to me, because there's a lot of mystical energy to that if you know how to tap into it. Good stuff, yeah. Shamalama ding dong. Yeah, send me your money. That's what them conscious pimps and pastors do. Reverend Pork Chop, baby. Not sure there was a comment. I don't know what that comment means. I'm just going to skip that. All right, what else we got? I'm just kind of breezing down. I'm going to get ready soon to wrap it up, unless I see some questions here. Yes, this was a good comment earlier by Xander Promio. Sometimes too much knowledge about aliens, the end time, etc., can do more harm than good. It can drive you nuts. Hell to the yeah. Hell to the yeah. Okay? Because some people get fanatical with it, man. There's some people who live in fear. They're fueled by conspiracies. There's so many conspiracy theories out there today. It's comical, right? If it's not people who think the end of the world is coming. I mean, look when COVID hit. How many of us saw religious people out on the corner? The end is near. Jesus is coming. I've been seeing the end is near. Jesus is coming shit for I don't know how long now. Right. And then when thing dies, it's just people go to the extreme. Okay. But all I say to people that say that, and I've said this before, they get mad. Sometimes when I'm bored, once in a while, I go look for these people just to have conversations with them, just to entertain myself. I know that's kind of funny, but it's very entertaining to me. And I remember during COVID, I stopped. I'll never forget. It was a Haitian lady on the corner. And if you know South Florida, one thing I learned leaving New York and coming here, when it comes to Haitians, Cubans, and Puerto Ricans, it's a different Haitian, Cuban, Puerto Rican community, right? If you go up to New York, you notice Cubans and Puerto Ricans, it's a different energy. Same thing with Haitians. The Haitians down here, a lot of them are very religious, and some of them practice. A lot of them practice voodoo. Um, so it's a fucked up combination. But anyway, I remember during COVID having a conversation with one of these Haitian evangelist ladies that she's out on the corner all the time with the signs and shit, whatever. And I asked her, I said, Jesus said, or a little over 2,000 years ago, I'm leaving, I'll be back soon. So I asked her, what is your definition of soon? And she was like, what do you mean? I was saying, I'm just curious because that's what it says. I'm leaving you, but I will be back soon. Well, it's been over 2,000 fucking years. I'm sorry, that's not soon to me. I just want to know. And don't get philosophical. Well, one day to God is like, no. I just want to know, what is your definition of soon? Because I know what my definition of soon is. I'm just curious. Just little. You try to crack them with a little common sense, but yeah, it's crazy, man. It could be a sickness out there, man. You got to be careful, man. Just think about this out again. Hold on one sec. So yeah, but that alien conspiracy thing, man, that fear will eat away at you. It'll tear you apart. So yes, it's very important we stay in sound mind. Don't get caught up in that. If it's not that, it's people who believe that shit like Jay-Z and Beyonce are in the Illuminati. Kanye West is doing sacrifices. His mother was a sacrifice, and he still hasn't told us to the day who these people were that were doing these. Just you gotta be careful, man. There's a lot of crazy shit out there, man. Be careful. And the only way you stay grounded is stay centered on your spiritual practice. Yeah, they can. You're right. Everything does go digital. Yes, they're able to tap in. They can not only can they bankrupt you. Look, man. To the conspiracy theory, there's these people who say, "Hey, man, Big Brother's watching," or "I don't do this or that because they watch it." Or I don't have an Alexa because Amazon's listening. But you got a cell phone, and just look. How do you think they catch people doing crimes? How do you think they can ping your cell phone? You don't even have to have the location thing on. If you walk around with one of these, they can see and track you and do whatever. I don't understand. People are so foolish. They can ping your phone anytime. Anytime you go onto Google, right? To show you know this if you've paid attention the last couple of years. Anytime you Google, remember this is a satellite. That's how they can ping it. Satellites can be traced, okay? And access. You don't need to have the location button on. Anytime you go to Google, you are telling them where you are at. Why do you think after you search something on Google and then you go on, whether it's Google, you go on to Facebook, if you search pancake restaurants, sneakers, you search a store, all of a sudden you go on to Facebook and then all of a sudden you see advertisements for what you searched on Google. Why do you think that is? You don't think that they use this as a monitoring device? So you could be on all that conspiracy shit. You don't do this, that. People, I don't have an Alexa in my house because they listen in. But you got one of these, fool. Okay, you do have. Most people have one of these. If you got one of these, same thing. Same thing. I'll turn the location button on. Doesn't matter. Trust me when I tell you, it doesn't matter. But see, guess what? I don't give a fuck. It don't matter because I'm not worried about shit like that. And I'm still going to use a cell phone. I don't care. Doesn't matter. That's the difference between somebody that gets caught up in that conspiracy shit and somebody that understands what's really going on. So just don't get caught up in that stuff, man. Oh, what else we got? Man. I'm going through this fast. See if I can find some questions. Yeah, save time. All right. Yeah, that's true. Lady Shlee says with them removing actual money and change, they won't be able to count. Well, everything's becoming digital. Digital currency. What do you think crypto is, right? And why do you think they're trying to regulate crypto? I keep trying to tell people part of the reason of the pandemic, and again, it's just you gotta be careful when talking about it because they trigger words, right? Population control and to reset the economy. They've been trying, and they look. Cash and checks are almost non-existent, so we're pretty much there. A cashless and checkless society. I mean, Francis Cress Welsing and people talked about it years ago. What they were talking about in their books years ago is happening now, right? Everything is digital, right? You could do everything through an app. You could pay with an app. You could pay with cryptocurrency. So now the question is, what value does money really have? Think about it for a minute. Because prior to what we're calling paper money, there was something in this country called the barter system where you traded goods. Right, that's what held value, and gold and natural resources, right? Gold and silver. Everybody's saying now, going back to the last 7 to 10 years, gold is a commodity. Silver, hold on to that stuff, right? So we're pretty much there now. Everything is digital. They got these new credit cards. They're metal, the LX, right? I was going to get one of those. The LX. It's literally, if you know what I'm talking about, if you're familiar, that's literally when somebody says a platinum card or an LX card that has no, think about this for a minute. It doesn't really have a balance or a limitation on. Now, the question is, how do you gauge its value? How is something that doesn't exist and technically isn't there, but you can purchase service and goods with it? Where is the value in that? Right? So it's like when you look on the dollar bill, what did it say? It says this is a note of public and private tender. It's a promissory note, is essentially what it is. That's all paper money is. It's like, what is a promissory note? It's like writing an IOU, technically. That's what it is. Just read it. So really, in essence, the dollar never really ever held any value. It was a promissory note. That's
It's
all
the
it was.
value. It's the value we agree that it has.
The value we agreed to. That's a promissory note. I promise. It was like what was the dude on Popeye? The dude that I will gladly get a burger for you and pay
Yeah,
Wimpy.
pay you next Tuesday for a
Yeah,
burger today.
I will gladly pay you next Tuesday. That's a promissory note, motherfucker. We've been using Wimpy money for years, man. Yeah. So yeah, it's the illusion of inclusion. It doesn't exist, people. They know this. So technically, we've been chasing something that's really not there. And people, there's been wars over this. People have killed each other over this. Okay. So here's the thing now. Even the drug dealing world's going to have to take it digital. And some are. Right? I mean, think about the your basic, for the most part, your basic weed crack dealer on the street. Right? At some point, they're going to suffer as this paper money becomes very limited in circulation. Because your straight up hustler dealer on the street, they rely on cold cash. What's going to happen now? People going to be cash apping. What, drug dealers going to get a cash app and they're going to get cash app for a couple rocks or some weed? Like, how's that going to work? And how do you justify that? Oh, it's a trap. It's coming. Just pay attention. It's all around you. It's happening. Okay. All right. What else we got? All right. What else we got? Will Knife says, do you think we will ever develop the capability to measure or quantify any of the processes we currently consider magical or pseudo-scientific? I think a lot of that depends on the individual, right? As a whole, that's hard to say. I mean, I do think people are growing. I do think people are developing those powers. Is it going to, come like how it's taught in other systems in this unified euphoria way? No, I don't think that will ever happen. Will individuals at select times be able to do that? Most definitely, right? Now, when you're using the word pseudo, I've talked about this in the past, pseudoscientific, it's a tricky word when you combine both of them. So you have some people who always need some source, some book, where they feel they need to fact check something to validate it, right? And if they can't, they'll say it's pseudo. The problem is when you're dealing with certain spiritual concepts, not everything can be explained by science or some fact or source. That's what people fail to understand. So when it's something of a spiritual nature that's outside of their understanding, they'll simply just classify it as pseudo. Just because they can't confirm it or may not have experience with it doesn't technically make it pseudo, or that term sometimes they'll call it pseudoscientific. So it's just, we got to be careful of how that word is used in the context. Now, we're not talking about basic math and science, right? If somebody is talking on that level and they go way outside of the spectrum of that, I could see where that term applies. But it kind of becomes a little bit more complicated when we're dealing with things of a spiritual nature, because not everything is going to be explained by these so-called sources of fact. And here's the fucking crazy part about it. A lot of people, when it could be you talking about Egypt, spirituality, history, it's funny how a lot of people will use authors and sources, right, as if at one time they weren't considered pseudo, right? Because at one time, when does an author or a source not become pseudo? When a certain amount of people accept it as being fact. Because there's a lot of sources that are being used today in 2023 that I can tell you for a fact at one time were being classified as pseudo. So it's a matter of, to me, it's personal. It's a matter of perspective and opinion. So one thing I can confirm is not everything can be confirmed by some source in a book or what a person in their mind thinks is a source that's valid. I hear this all the time in a lot of these conscious platforms. Where'd you get that? Where's your source? So now because Bob Smith wrote a book, or they'll go into, well, it says in the American Journal of Medicine. So now the American Journal of Medicine is the number one source of credential for certain things in science. You see, it's contradictory because some things that people use as facts and sources, you can find the contradictions in them too. When you're dealing with things of a subjective nature, not all of that can be confirmed by a source. Spirituality and magic has its root in subjective power. So how can you sit there and debate something that's subjective when it comes to spirituality and magic when everybody's having their own personal experiences, right? And it's personal. So it's pointless to debate something of a subjective nature that is spiritual because somebody can't confirm it by an author, a book, or something that they are laying claim to is a factual source. It's all personal. It's bullshit. Even that is certain to a degree subjective in nature on their part, but they won't admit it. They'd rather argue it. Well, it says in Dr. Ben's books, or Ivan Van Sertima said, all right, I get all that. And there's a lot of great things authors and teachers taught. I'm not talking about that though. When you get to things of a spiritual nature, how do you validate somebody who's had an astral experience or out of body experience? Because some people are going to go, oh, I don't think astral projection is real because they haven't experienced it, because they have no knowledge of it, and they can't find something in their history books to validate it. Whereas others have had a genuine experience with it. But it's pointless for somebody to try to convince somebody of that on that side. I would never sit here and bash somebody upside the head with my own personal, spiritual, subjective experiences. That's ridiculous. It makes no sense. But people will do it. So there's a fine line between that. We have to be very careful when dealing with things of that nature. Really, honestly, when it comes down to it, I'm at a point now I couldn't give two shits what anybody thinks. It's irrelevant to me. Because like I said, when you're focused on what you're doing and your goals, that shit is irrelevant. You got to have tough skin on this path. You can't be worried about what other people think. You can't be concerned to the point where it distracts you of your goals and what you're doing, especially in forums like this, because everybody talks the talk. Everybody's tough guy, tough girl on YouTube. Everybody hides behind avatars and talks shit. Then there's some of us, we're right out here in the open, right? 90% of the shit people talk on social media, they would dare not say that in front of you. It would be a whole different ball game. Their whole energy and approach would change. Everybody's bold behind a computer and a keyboard, but when it comes down to the nitty, see, I come from a school prior to the internet where we went out on the streets. We talked with people face to face. A lot of that has changed now with technology. So all I'm saying is it's irrelevant to me. Once I turn this YouTube shit off, this doesn't exist to me no more. Literally, nothing that happens here affects anything I do in my life. That's just the way it is, right? You have to have that, and it trickles down to our kids too. Because remember, now there's a such thing now, which is crazy, which you never would have thought of 20, 25 years ago, cyberbullying. Right? These kids now bring this shit home with them because most of the kids they're friends with in school, they're on Facebook and all these other stuff. We didn't have that. We went to school. We didn't have no computers, Facebooks. We left that shit at school, even though we might have been dealing with bullshit at school, but at least we were able to come home and not bring that shit home with us. See the difference? So the game has changed. You just got to be able to change with it. So I don't let none of that affect me, right? It's personal. Like I'm not going to waste my time and energy debating with somebody about what they think is right and get mad because I may not agree with you. Now, don't get me wrong. If you're ignorant, I will open a can of whoop ass on you and embarrass the shit out of you if you open yourself up to it. But it gets to a point where it's just not worth it, right? Because we all should be at a level in our journey where, again, if you're getting results, to fuck what anybody thinks about it. I don't care. They don't have to like it, agree with it. They can sit there and say, oh, that's pseudo, that's not right. But if you're getting results, you're living proof of what they're saying is wrong. So it's not about what they think is right. It's not about what they're classifying. Oh, that's not validated by a source, but you're living proof of the results. So who cares what they think? Right? It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Literally, it does not matter. And that's how we got to start thinking. There's all the wannabe heavies out there. They think they know everything. They can regurgitate information, but then you look at their life and how they're living, and they're a poor example of what they're teaching. See, I look at people, what they claim they stand behind and the knowledge they claim they have, it should be reflecting in the example of how they live their life. So if you're piss broke, and I'm not gauging everything by money. People always think that. That's not what I'm gauging it. But you should not be poor if you're rich in knowledge. Let me say that again. You should not be poor if you're rich in knowledge. So don't talk all that conscious shit to me and you ain't got $5 in your pocket to get a sandwich. Well, you can't even get a sandwich for $5 anymore. But anyway, but my whole point is don't be talking all that health game to me and you're coughing your brains out all the time and you're sick. Don't be talking that money game and investing game and you're piss broke. It just doesn't make sense. I'm not going to take advice from somebody who's not a living example of that advice. Right? Don't talk about levitating, and you get my point. This is how you got to approach it. You stay away from all that stuff. All right, what else we got? Sundog says, is the speed of light the same in other galaxies? Don't think it's quantifiable based on this plane. I'm not going to lie to you and say I know the answer to that. There's theories on it. We could speculate based on what you said. That could be one approach, right? We know that time and what we're calling time, as we were talking about earlier, yeah, we can't validate that is calculated the same way. So it's an interesting conversation, but I'd be lying to you if I said I had the complete exact answer to that. All right, what else is there? All right, I'm skipping down. All right, yeah. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get to all this, man. Whew. Okay, here we go. Thing jumped on me. All right, here we go. Yeah, you got to be careful of that. Doris Castello said earlier, just left a toxic relationship. She's not willing to move on, but mentally, her last relationship. Yeah, you got to be careful of that. That toxicity will get you, boy. And sometimes, look, that's all part of the process, right? Part of the journey. else we got? Damn, serpent-headed mask. You're in North Dakota, -22. Holy shit. Man, I don't envy you right now.
I'm crying about 16. That's crazy.
That's some cold shit, man. Listen, I don't mind the cold. It's the snow I hate, but damn, I think that's just so bad. Yeah, that's pushing it, man.
No
That's
way.
pushing.
No way.
It's almost like, because I know, like I say, man, talking to family, like in New York, I mean, it's been a very mild winter. Not just snow wise, like it's been hardly next to no snowfall, but even the temperatures have been pretty mild up until this point. So it's like here we are in February. I guess they're trying to get it all in one shot. That shit
Yeah,
is crazy, man.
it's wild. And you know
Man.
what? We went to Canada years ago, right? I was like, man, these people are nice. It's beautiful up here. I was like, but I know I can't deal with the cold. And I was getting off work, and it must have been like April. And for some way, it's one of those nights where it's like perfect weather, and the radio signals come all the way down. And I picked up a Canadian radio station, and they were like, yeah, the temperature's -15. I was like, where the hell's that at? I kept listening. They said it was Canada. I'm like, damn, it's April and it's -15. That's crazy.
Right.
I couldn't do it, man.
Yeah, that shit is crazy, man. Man, I mean, look, there's cold and then there's cold. That's cold.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. William Thomas. The link for tomorrow is on the post, Xander, for the Patreon class. Hold on. Let me make sure it's there. Hold on before I say that. Maybe it could have been an error, but let me double check. Hold on. All right. Should be there, but let me make sure. Hold on. Sometimes it. All right. Anyway, let me just check real quick. Should be there though. All right. Shadow Work Class 14. All right. Yeah, it's there. So I'm not sure what you're looking at. It's there. If you go to the post, it's on a post from January 25th. I'm looking at it right now, so I'm not sure what you're looking at. So take a look. All right, what we got? Okay, where else are we at? Yeah, I mean, it was all crazy shit. From the pandemic. When we were on lockdown, the hype was blacks getting upgrades from the shifts and takeover. Well, they was a man. Like they were saying 5G was coming. Man, I didn't want to get into that. 5G was causing a pandemic. There was so many bullshit out there. All right, what else we got?
Hey, B.
Yo.
Remember, for anybody that's new following the Shadow Work classes, that second book is out of print.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you reminded me of that. Matter of fact, can you send me that or send me that link to the one you found? I looked at it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
That would be a good alternative. Yes, I'm glad you reminded. Let me throw that out there real quick before I forget.
All right, no problem.
Yeah, the two journaling books that we've been using, especially for the first few classes, for whatever reason, the author went ghost. Looks like he printed them up himself. He looked like he did it himself, or he did it privately. When you check his links, his website, it's like he almost disappeared off the face of the earth. I don't know what happened. The book is out of print. It's nowhere to be found. Can't find it on any PDF platforms like Scribd or anything like that. So long story short, I'm going to address that tomorrow too. We have a second alternative. Taja found one that's very similar, and I looked at it. I can't think of the name offhand right now because it's getting late and I'm getting tired. But we will address that tomorrow in the class. So yes, we're going to have to substitute that for one of the materials. So if you're just starting the class, yes, that one book you're not going to find it. We've looked, we've tried. The other option was to create a PDF of it ourselves, but I don't know if I want to go through all that, because then it just becomes a hassle keeping up with that and sending it out and all this and that. But we found an alternative that's pretty much the same thing. So
while you're going through the chat, I'll throw it up. I'll find it. I'll throw it up.
Yeah. That'll work. William Thomas says, where do you offer knowledge on using the Quran or working with the Goetia spirit? All right. Yes, on the Patreon, we have an ongoing series of Eastern Left-Hand Path philosophy and magic, where we focus on the Goetia, the jinns, Aramonic magic, working with the Black Path. We tackle the Zahidis, working with the peacocking, all those Eastern forms of mysticism and left-hand path magic is done in that series. Now, I've done some stuff scattered. I can't refer you to where. There's like 700 videos on this channel here. I have addressed it in some of the videos here on YouTube. Just search, there's some there. But there is a specific ongoing series for that, yes, on the Patreon, tier 3. That's where you want to look, right? Where I'm streaming to this. I don't know what the fuck that means. Anyway. What the hell? Yeah, I think if you are on Instagram, it looks like the streaming might have stopped. So you might want to come over to Facebook. I mean, I'm going to wrap it up soon anyway, but this happened last time. It seems like if you stay on for a really long time, which I have already, we're approaching just over 4 hours. That shit will happen. I don't know. That looked like some shit with Instagram. All right. No, cancel that shit. Anyway. All right. Question. Hypothetically, when we die and we meet again, I'm just looking for questions right now to try to wrap this up. When we die and we meet our maker, that's a personal preference, and you had to sum your entire life and experiences into one word, what would your one word be to describe your entire life and experiences? This word means multiple things to me. One word would be consistency. You might say how. That'd be a long consistency. If I had to pick one word, consistency, without hesitation. All right. Same thing to liquid, consistency. There's more deeper meanings to that word if you understand it. Yeah, they do. You got dudes now, man. Listen, man. It's an era of soft dudes now, man. They got these, I don't want to get into it, man. Skinny jeans sagging off of men's butts. Men now wearing, dressing in women's clothing, rap. I mean, there's an agenda. It's clear, or like you say, it's not just the women. The men are guilty of doing the same thing with the beards and the hair. I mean, I've seen, you can go to barbershops now and get fake hair pressed on. I mean, it's just, yeah, you're right. It's both ends. But again, we know the agenda behind it, right? You cannot, one thing you are not going to defeat, right, is the aging process. It's going to happen to all of us, right? It's going to happen. But what you can do is age gracefully. Just because you physically alter yourself don't mean you're aging gracefully. Because the sad thing is when you take off all of those external things, the question is, what's really under that shit, right? We don't know. Scary thought. Hold on, Taj, got bumped out. Let me bring him back. So, yeah, I agree with you. When we were talking about that earlier, it is on that side.
I just put it back up in there.
I got it. Where else we at? All right, I'm skipping down. I'm going through this fast. I'm trying to look for questions. I don't see any questions. I'm not sure. not sure if do you agree with Catholic teachings? Absolutely not. I'm not sure what your line of questioning is. Pretty crystal clear. It's pretty unclear. It's not sure. A lot of nonsense I'm noticing you're putting in. Personal shit. Relevant. Who cares? All right. Questions. Questions other than comments. Yes, the gold standard. Yes, when you go back to the 70s and Nixon, yes. That's true too. You can kind of prove the existence of these things with science, and that's why we said earlier, if you understand, magic is a spiritual science, but it's a combination of both. It's not just dealing with just pure faith and belief. There is a level of facts and science to it, but we also have to have that understanding. Not everything is going to be proven via that. A lot of the stuff you're going to prove is based on coming to the reality of these things and getting results is through your personal work. And that's where it becomes challenging, say, to the outside person who may not be on the path, who may not be a practitioner. They're not going to vibe and agree with that. And that's all right. They're entitled to that. But that necessarily don't make them right and make you wrong and vice versa. That's the point. Yes, even if you have proof, yeah. I mean, all that is in line. Serpent Head, happy early birthday. Well, it is tomorrow, right? Technically, it is tomorrow, I guess. But happy birthday to you, man. I think I'm done with that. We're not going to hit no more record on that. That's going to end that. Negative 50 inside. Fuck that. Man.
Time to move, man.
All right, see, look, we're gonna take this dumbass bimbo pretty crystal clear, and this is what we do. We do to people like you. So obviously, you didn't get enough of breast milk when you were a child. We're gonna just remove you from the room. That's all. Because obviously, you have nothing better to do. As I'm going down, I see Unclear has been in here just with nonsense. Obviously, he has no hobbies and no life, so we're gonna block them. That's how we do that. There we go. We just block you. Obviously, she has no life. Making stupid ass comments. All right, what else we got? That's what I'm talking about. Know-it-alls, right? What we were talking about. There's always one. You know, you can't tell them everything. They know everything. I didn't even notice it as I'm going through. I'm just going down, and I went up, and I'm looking. I'm like, she needs some help, man. She got some mental issues. All right, got nothing better. You know what's funny? That trolls that come on channels, they got so much to say and issues, and they say, "Who? If you got that much gripe, why would you stay?"
Why would
In
you
that
stay?
long?
Exactly.
It makes no
Exactly.
sense. That's what I'm trying to
Exactly.
say. That's like, again, didn't get enough of breast milk when they were a kid. That's all that shit is. Didn't get enough of breast milk or whatever. Yeah. So we removed them completely. Not welcome. And see, that's part of the distraction, right? You know, you're going to make comments because nobody's agreeing with you. Little slick statements. And it's foolishness. Anyway, not to focus on that. All right. I don't really see anything else. I think we've been on for a good while. And we just. All right. Yeah, I mean, I think we covered a lot. Anyway, again, we covered the essentials of chaos magic. I just want to be clear. That was just a basic essential. Hold on. Turn this off. Man, I'm gonna have some work to do on this the uploading this to the Anchor. I'll do that shit tomorrow. All right, we'll do that. Close that. Yeah, man. So we got to me and you, Taja. Like I said, after the 26th, 27th, schedule kind of goes back to normal.
Okay.
So we got to set something up. I know we've been trying. I know some people have asked. It's not that we forgot about it. It's just a lot been going on, man, with travel and life. And I know you've been doing some things. But we'll get back on it. And next month, we shouldn't have a problem getting back on it. So we'll set something up with that. As far as, again, a couple quick things before I leave. Remember, go to the Patreon page, patreon.com/Baniti, BANITI. Patreon.com/Baniti, BANITI. If you want to participate in the Patreon classes, join Tier 3. We do have Shadow Work class number 14 tomorrow. So for those that are Patreon, I'll see you guys there. If you're not a Patreon member and you want to attend the class, that's what I recommend you do. Now you can sign up individually. But again, as I said in the beginning, to me, that's pointless because it's going to cost you more. But some people do it. Some people maybe only want to take one class or a specific class. That's fine. That's your choice. But I would encourage you to join Tier 3. That'll probably be your better value. Again, remember, next week, we wind down for this month. Like I say, we've got the 3 classes that started this past Wednesday. So we will be through the 3 classes and the ritual by the 10th of this month. I just want to make that clear, right? So we'll have our second class, which will be tomorrow, and then on the 8th, which is Wednesday of next week, we will have the third and final class for the month, and then that 10th, 2 days later, that Friday, that's when we will do our monthly ritual. I'm saying that because we normally don't do that, right? We usually have it at the last Friday of the month. And it amazes me how some people don't look at the schedule and email me and they say, when did that class happen? When did you do this? When did you do that? That's why you go to the main post page. Please go to the main post page. Everything is dated with times. And another thing, here's the other funny thing. Make sure this is clear. I make it clear in those posts, the times are based on Eastern Standard Time. I get people in Mountain Time and Pacific Time, for whatever reason, think it's on their time. Like literally, to give you an example, we'll do a class and it'll be at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And they're not realizing that's 5 o'clock their time. They'll come in at 8 o'clock, which is technically 11 o'clock our time. The class is over. And then they'll email me and go, what happened? I'm trying to get into class and there's nobody there. It's over. Okay, so I know that sounds crazy and like really people are doing it. Yes, they are. So I want to make it clear. Keep in mind, the post makes it clear. It's Eastern Standard Time. So please be conscious of that. Look at the dates and the times. It's very clear. All right. So the first and from the first of this month to the 10th, you'll see on there the 3 classes are scheduled and the ritual at the end of the month, which will be on the 10th. All right. So pay attention to that, especially this month, because this month is a little bit out of the norm of how we normally schedule things. Okay. Now, as I said, next month, it'll go back to normal, right? Things will die down a little bit on this end as far as personal scheduling conflicts. We'll go back to our, as far as Patreon, we'll go back to our regular Saturday classes, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, start time. And then we will stay consistent with our rituals on that last Friday of the month. Also, I want to throw out there, whether you're on Patreon or not, and we did this before the pandemic and now afterwards, it is back as an open invitation. Any of our end of the month rituals, if you want to attend, just shoot me an email. We have to have a brief conversation just to make sure that is all will work out. So anybody is welcome to come at the end of the month, at any given month. Just call in advance. Let us know. And we want to identify who you are and you're on the path, this and that, right? We don't just let anybody show up or pop up. So that open invitation is back. I want to make that clear. Obviously we stopped it when this pandemic shit was, running amok. right? We didn't have where we were inviting outside people, right? Because, and then obviously there was traveling issues and a lot of shit going on. Anyway, if anybody wants to come on a monthly basis, just reach out to us. That invitation is open. All right. So we'll get back to normalcy. We'll get that show going again, bro.
Yeah,
Where did we
yeah,
leave
most
off? Matter of fact, I forgot, man. We left
I
off
think
at
we were halfway through. I believe it may have been like the female MCs or female groups or something like that. I'll look at it. I'll let you know.
I have to take a look at it because I forgot.
I know we're in the second half of whatever it was.
Right. All right. We'll do that. All right. Other than that, people, it's late. 1:30 in the AM here now, 4:15. I'm sorry, 4 hours and 15 minutes. I think that's enough. We're gonna wrap this up. You know me, I'll pop on whenever I get the time. You probably may not be able to get on here for at least till this month is out. I might try to squeeze one more YouTube before the month's out, but after that, I won't be able to get back on until March. So I'll probably try to squeeze on from now until the time I leave for Dallas. I'll try to get on here one more time for this month. And then, we'll have to restart fresh in March because once I get close to the 17th, it's going to start getting thick for me here with personal shit and traveling and all that good stuff. All right.
B, before you go, one important question.
Yeah.
Who you got next Sunday, man? Come on, man.
I'm an Eagles hater. So if you ask me, let me answer the question twice. I got to answer this twice. All right, my personal wants the Chiefs to win, but putting my personal feelings aside, of if not being, I think it's going to be tough for the Chiefs to win. I got to be real. You got
to want to bring one home for the division at least, though, man. Come on.
I can't, bro. I can't. Eagles and Cowboys. I can't be happy for their success. It's hard, but I can be real about it. I mean, here's the way I look at it. All right, the only thing I would look at, take away. One, you have to look at two sides. All right, so maybe you football fans want to stick around for a minute. Mahomes, obviously, the foot isn't 100%. I give him credit. He grinded it out. He found a way to get it done. He's got 2 weeks. Hopefully it heals. They're going to need Mahomes 100%. I don't know the state. A lot of their receivers got hurt.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that's going to pan out. There's more question marks on the KC side of the ball. Mm-hmm. Now, the only thing I could say with the Eagles, and I don't know if it's a concern. I mean, I don't think Hurts played fantastic this past Sunday, but he didn't have to because that defense was so damn dominant.
Right.
And the running game, it's like all he had to do was, complete some clutch plays. But the defense was so dominant and the running game was so dominant.
Right.
Right. I mean, bottom line, on paper, Philly looks like the better team, the more dominant team. And they should win. But I mean, it's the Super Bowl. It's Mahomes. Maybe that's me, just my wishful thinking. But I'm gonna say on paper, it looks like the Eagles. I'd be surprised if they didn't win. Unless Patrick Mahomes has the game of his entire life, right? He's going to need it.
Yeah, true.
And my only concern with him is if that foot isn't 100%. Now he was able to run. I mean, don't get me wrong. Cincinnati's defense wasn't a pushover, but it's not the Eagles.
Right.
And he might be running for his life. And if he's running for his life and that foot ain't healthy, it could get ugly quick, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that's the best. True. I mean, that defense is scary, man.
Yeah.
And they got playmakers on both sides of the ball. So,
yeah, true.
But we'll see. But hey, man, congratulations to you. I know you're happy.
Appreciate you, bro. Yeah.
I know you're stoked. So, hey, man, enjoy it while you can, man. When you're a sports fan and your hometown and your city's in the mix, it's exciting, man. It's fun.
That's what it's all about, man. For real, yeah.
You guys earned it. I'm not gonna lie, you deserved it. You know what I mean? You guys have been solid front to back. Forget that little bump you hit at the end of the year. I know people were exaggerating that, but I mean, you guys have been the most dominant team in the NFL. I mean, I'm surprised how easy you coast through the playoffs. I'm not gonna lie. I mean,
yeah, we are too.
San Fran game. I mean, even though Purdy gets hurt, but still, that has nothing to do with their defense. Their defense got manhandled. I'm surprised you guys. San Francisco's defense got manhandled. You guys ran all over them, man. That shit surprised the shit out of me.
Hey, listen, man. The one thing about these guys, man, is they figure it out.
Yeah.
We may start off slow, but they get it figured out.
But that's what they
to
get
get it
paid
figured
for.
out. Yeah,
That's what they get paid for.
yeah.
Hey, I ain't gonna take nothing. You know, I'm an Eagles hater. I'm a Cowboys hater. Not so much
Well,
the
listen.
Redskins.
From what you said, though, I'll take that. I'll take that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you guys earned it. Well, you saw that shit in New York, the Empire State Building. They tried to light it up.
Yeah. I saw that. I saw that.
That shit's that pissed off a lot of people in New York, man. A lot of Giant fans weren't happy about that.
Yeah,
But
but in their defense, after the Chiefs won, they lit it up red.
well, I
So,
was just gonna say I didn't when I further researched it. Apparently, they started this 5 years ago,
okay,
and every year they light up the winner. So it wasn't. But you know how people was gonna take it. Oh, it's the Eagles.
right.
Right. As soon as it was an NFC East rival, right? But I found out, so I didn't take it. To me, it's not as bad. Apparently, they do this for the last 5 years, and it doesn't
I
matter
didn't
who
know
it
that.
is. Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
didn't know
found
that.
that out. Yeah, if you go Google, they started this 5 years ago, and it doesn't matter who it is, AFC, NFC, they do it. So I'm okay with it now, knowing that. I thought it was just somebody being stupid, or
Yeah,
but what
a transplanted Eagles fan, right?
yeah, a lot of people were up in their feelings about that shit, man. It was funny.
I heard about that.
Yeah, but hey, it is what it is, man. Hey, I'm to be honest with you, as bad as we were projected to be, I still kind of feel some gratification of the season we had. I'm happy. Right. I
Hey,
mean,
yeah, you
I'm
should
not
be. I
happy with
mean,
the eventual outcome. It sucks getting blown out by you guys. But I look at it like San Fran didn't do no better. You know,
right.
we're on the up and up. We're coming up. We're gonna only get better.
Yeah,
You know, so I mean, I'm happy because I didn't even think we'd get this far.
right,
You know,
right.
going into
And
Minnesota, we won a playoff game. We made the playoffs. That's a start. Next year,
every Giant fan I talked to said the same thing, man. You
yeah.
know,
I mean,
so
but I'll keep it real with you. You know this. We talk. I didn't look. I was realistic in my expectations. Okay.
mhm.
All right.
Yeah,
I know. You know, there were some Giants fans today. Oh, we'll go to the Super Bowl. I was like, whoa, slow down. Let's take it one game
right,
at a time. Let's take it one game.
right, right,
You know.
right.
All right. But anyway,
Yeah.
man. Good luck if we don't talk.
Appreciate you, bro.
Again, everybody else, we'll talk soon. From the blessings, and we will see you on the next one. Peace.